remember working at the pub and started hearing rumours.
Mum, dad, 2 children slaughtered in their own home.
Massive shock to the local community that something so awful could happen to such a lovely family.
This was an all-out slaughter of 4 people.
No one really knew what had happened, how it had happened, or why it had happened.
Are the family involved in some way with organised crime? Is this a contract killing because it's so brutal?
A family wiped out and a man going missing leaves a community asking questions.
Detectives were left pondering, was this missing persons case linked to a quadruple murder case?
There was a point in this inquiry I was thinking if we didn't have bad luck, we'd have no luck at all.
You didn't feel safe in the village.
Police were playing catch-up.
I can't think of another crime of this magnitude in the history of Northamptonshire Police.
In the beautiful Northampton countryside lies the quaint village of Wootton.
It's really lovely. Everyone knows everyone, so it's really chatty, really friendly. Yeah, it is nice, especially to have kids around here.
I love it. I know it's an old village. The church is very, very old, and we're in a conservation area, so people around here are very, very friendly. People have lived here for a long time. There are some families in the village who've been in the village a long, long time, so I think it says an awful lot. Very easygoing, yeah. Good community.
Wootton has a great community spirit. It has a lot of buildings, facilities, open space, considering it's an urban parish. There's the new building, Wootton Fields and Simpson Manor, and then there's the old village, which has got all its old traditional spirit with the church and the old village hall.
You've got the Yeoman of England pub in the village, Working Men's Club, you've got community centre, they put on events, they do a food market every Saturday. Everyone helps each other out, everyone looks out for each other.
So Wootton was the perfect place for Jeff and Helen Ding, originally from East China, to raise their 2 daughters, Zing and Alice.
Jeff was a university lecturer up in Manchester, very educated man in the science field. Helen worked at the local school teaching languages. They had 2 daughters, Zing, also known as Nancy, and then they had a younger daughter, Alice, of whom Nancy was very protective.
Family life was busy, especially as Jeff split his week between home and his work at Manchester Metropolitan University.
I believe Jeff was a senior lecturer here, specialisms in polymers, so synthetic materials. His teaching was at first-year level. We all pride ourselves, giving support to our students, but Jeff really took that to a fantastic level. He spent most of his time with students helping out with various problems that they might have with their studies, for instance. He was actually a hall warden in a halls of residence just on campus. I don't think I ever saw him once lose his temper or ever have any issues with staff. Very easy to get on with.
The Ding's eldest daughter, 18-year-old Zing, was an accomplished musician and preparing to go to university.
Zing came over as being very self-assured, very calm, very capable. She had a wicked sense of humour, and she was quite a live wire. But she managed to be friendly to everybody she met. She was good at everything. She was a remarkable student at school, and she'd already accepted a place at Nottingham University to study medicine.
Like her sister, 12-year-old Alice was also a keen musician.
Alice was quite bubbly. She had one of those smiles that would light up any room. A bit of a cheeky smile, but she was absolutely delightful. Very outgoing. You could tell she was the whole package as a violinist. I think both of the girls had a very strong work ethic, and no doubt that come down to them from their parents.
Both Jeff and Helen worked tirelessly to create a warm and inviting home for their daughters and their friends.
Really welcoming. You could literally turn up and they would invite you in for dinner. They were just such a good family. Like, you would want your kids to be friends with them because they were just the best.
They all seemed very happy and very settled. They loved that family home as well. That was a place they really liked to be. And it is a very nice neighbourhood, I have to say.
But this neighbourhood will never be the same after one fateful bank holiday in 2011.
It was a big holiday weekend. We'd had the royal wedding.
When William and Kate got married, the whole of the parish here was alive with street parties, Union flags everywhere, bunting, a lot of celebration. It was a super happy place.
I was actually working in the pub on the royal wedding. We opened early for it. Not many people actually came in because loads of people around the village were actually throwing street parties.
As the bank holiday weekend comes to a close, neighbours of the Ding family become concerned as they haven't been seen all weekend.
One of the family was due to attend something and they didn't turn up. And then the neighbour went round to see if they were okay and see where they were. The house was in relative darkness, no reply at the front door. That neighbour, thankfully, was a little bit persistent and went round to the back of the house.
Peering through the kitchen window, the neighbour glimpses what appears to be a body on the floor.
The police are alerted and clearly force entry to the premises.
As the officers enter the house, they discover not one, but two bodies.
Jeff is slumped by a radiator in the kitchen with multiple stab wounds. Helen is by the entrance door between the hall and the kitchen, and she's got multiple stab wounds.
The officers head upstairs and step into a harrowing scene.
Alice and Zing were up in the bedroom. The two girls are on the bed and they've both received a number of fatal stab wounds. You know, it was pretty horrendous.
With 4 members of the same family dead, detectives' first instinct is that the culprit could be amongst the deceased.
Nobody knows the reason that this family have ended up dead. One possible scenario is, and it does happen, is the murder-suicide aspect where a family member has, for whatever reason, killed the other family members and then taken their own life.
With such a heavy police presence, rumours quickly spread across the village.
I remember working at the pub at the time and started hearing rumours, customers coming in saying something really bad had happened, but we were all still unsure of the extent of what had happened.
I first heard through a friend who I live near locally, whose daughter was very good friends with one of the young ladies. So it was horrific locally to everybody. The fact that the family had been there for a while and been not discovered was horrific, and a massive shock to the local community that something so awful could happen to such a lovely family. I wouldn't like to speculate on people's opinions, but to me personally, it felt a bit targeted.
Little did the villagers of Wootton know the scale of the crime that's been committed on their doorstep.
The murder of the Dean family was probably one of the most horrendous crimes I've ever been asked to investigate.
In the village of Wootton, police have discovered a family of 4 dead. Detective Superintendent Glyn Timmins is put in charge of the investigation.
I was at home on Sunday the 1st of May, enjoying the bank holiday weekend, and my colleague alerted me to the fact that he'd been called to the scene of potentially a multiple murder scene.
46-year-olds Jeff and Helen Ding and their 2 daughters, 18-year-old Zing and 12-year-old Alice, have all suffered fatal knife wounds.
I think what you're trying to do initially is you're trying to rationalise it in terms of what's a likely motive? Why would a family be murdered? You could be looking for a crazed, maniacal killer who's randomly struck at a household. You could be looking for aggravated burglars where it's gone horribly, horribly wrong. Are the family involved in some way with organised crime? Is this a contract killing because it's so brutal? You never stop searching your mind for options and potential and possibilities.
In Wootton, the heavy police presence has drawn in local reporter Daniel Owens.
It was around about 10 o'clock on the Sunday night when I first arrived on the scene. There was no information coming from the police. We couldn't speak to officers who were inside the house. All we were getting was the people outside guarding the scene, and they weren't telling us anything. I met a couple of lads down there who knew the family vaguely, and they seemed quite upset at what they'd heard. And there were theories doing the rounds that it was potentially a murder-suicide situation. When you have a man and a woman dead in the same house, one killed the other, turned the knife on himself, etc. And that was certainly something that we expected to be exploring.
But in a fast-moving investigation, it's quickly established that the culprit isn't likely to be one of the family.
Clearly, because of the violence that had been used, it was just obvious to the officers that this was an all-out slaughter of 4 people. The big demand at that stage is, well, there are 2. The first one is the preservation of the scene and to make sure that you extract and harvest every centimetre of forensic evidence that you can get hold of. And the other one is to start thinking about who's done this and why.
With a murderer in their midst, police are also aware that villagers could be at risk.
The overriding factor in terms of the community is fear. Fear of the unknown, fear that it might happen again, fear that there's a killer on the loose, that their homes and their loved ones and their families aren't safe.
Police held a press conference and details started to emerge, and we knew this was a story that we'd never seen the likes of before.
For villagers, the news turns what was a happy bank holiday to celebrate the marriage of Prince William and Kate into a tragic event on their own doorstep.
When everybody's enjoying a day, and it was a beautiful day, it's hard to believe that something so vicious can happen. We were just stunned, really stunned. You can't believe it because you cannot understand, A, why anybody could do that to a family and to children. Yeah, it was a bit of a shock.
Well, I was walking to my grandparents and I saw there was a bit of commotion going on the street. I was about 2 streets away. So, yeah, it was very weird. I don't think I wanted to leave the house for a while. I think it made everyone a bit more cautious about what was going on.
People were very on edge. I mean, I wouldn't walk on my own anywhere. I think you didn't feel safe in the village anymore. You don't ever feel like something like that's ever going to happen in a little village.
I was absolutely devastated. I really could not get my head around it. It was a very, very sad day. Not just for me, but for all of my colleagues, for the whole community that we work in here.
As the community mourns, police need to establish exactly when the Ding family were killed.
The initial response is pretty much routine. You're starting to set up initial house-to-house inquiries, not structured formal ones, but sort of people knocking doors. Have you seen anything strange or suspicious? Has there been any screams, shouts, noises?
But the neighbours haven't seen or heard anything.
Effectively, we've got 4 people who've been slaughtered in their own home and very little else by way of information.
As each member of the family is examined, it's apparent that whoever was responsible carried out a frenzied attack.
The results of the post-mortem showed the true extent of the brutality involved. The family were subjected to a total of 51 stab wounds between them, with Jeff and his wife killed in the kitchen and the girls killed upstairs in their bedroom trying to hide from their killer.
In the house, a possible murder weapon is found. It's been cleaned and left on the kitchen worktop. And as police comb the scene for clues, they find a puzzling item in the Dings letterbox. It's a calling card from West Midlands Police, and it's been left just hours before the bodies were discovered.
The visit took place on the Sunday morning, quite early on. Obviously, no reply at the front door, but it's early on a Sunday morning. Not unreasonable for people to be in bed. It's a bank holiday weekend. The officers got no reply.
Why had the police visited the Dings home early that morning? Who did they want to speak to? And was this in some way connected to their murders?
Someone I'd worked with previously was a detective superintendent in West Midlands. He rang me to say, was I aware of this missing persons inquiry?
Police had visited the Dings in relation to a missing persons inquiry, that of 52-year-old An Zhang Du.
An Zhang Du was a native of China and came over here in the late 90s with his wife, and he ran a herbal medicines business which he ran with the Ding family for some time.
An Zhang had left his home on the bank holiday Friday, 2 days before his business partners, the Ding's bodies, were discovered.
An Zhang Du left his wife at home watching the wedding while he boarded a train to Birmingham, where he went into his business premises.
He was going to open up the shop, albeit a bank holiday, albeit Kate and William's wedding. He'd gone in to do some work. When An Zhang Du didn't return from work, his wife, she started to become concerned about him, where he might be, what state he was in.
It was totally out of character for him, and she was tearing her hair out with despair at where he was.
At some point later in that day, she reported him as a missing person to West Midlands Police.
An Zhang's wife also described the night before he went missing, and an unexpected knock at their door late at night.
Court officers turned up at An Zhang Du's house and served court documents. The ultimate outcome of the service of that court process would have resulted in bankruptcy for Mr. Du and his family. Mr. Du did not sleep that night. He was pacing up and down. He was clearly angry, agitated. It really had disturbed him.
The missing persons inquiry was raised on the Saturday, and as part of that investigation, police attended An Zhang Du's business premises in Birmingham, where they found a note, effectively saying goodbye to his wife.
Leaving a note and with no contact for 4 days, police consider the possibility An Zhang has taken his own life.
Clearly, you know, in terms of mindset, in terms of where he was at mentally at that stage, that would ring significant alarm bells for both, obviously, his wife and the police investigating his disappearance.
Police want to know, what was An Zhang Du's fate? Could he also have been a victim of the Ding's killer?
What detectives were left pondering was whether the missing persons case was now linked to a quadruple murder.
But what detectives uncover next points not only to An Zhang's fate, but also a motive for murder.
There was this legal dispute over business between the two families, and that there was a strong possibility that something had led to a coming together of Mr. Du on the one side and the Ding family on the other.
The quiet village of Wootton has been shocked by the mass murder of the Ding family. University lecturer Jeff, language teacher Helen, and their daughters Zing and Alice. All 4 have been found stabbed to death.
Wootton was not an area affected by crime, yet all of a sudden the world's media descended on their doorstep. It went from 0 to 60 in seconds.
I doubt anybody in the country had really heard about Wootton Parish. And suddenly it was all over the news, headline news. It was shocking that actually somebody had murdered somebody in our village, and it's suddenly all over the world. On the BBC, for want of a better word, suddenly Wootton is there. It's just bizarre.
It's just a normal village that people come to and live or work or whatever. Just a normal village. When we heard what happened, how it happened, You can't believe it because you cannot understand why anybody could do that to a family and to children. Yeah, it was a bit of a shock.
Police have linked another investigation to the Dings murder, that of a missing persons inquiry for former business partner An Zhang-du. He disappeared just days before the family of 4 were found, and it's been discovered that both families were at war.
An Zhang-du and his wife had been involved in a bitter legal dispute with the Dings since 1999. It had been rumbling on for a long time. This relates to a breakdown in the business relationship.
This falling out resulted in a 10-year legal battle, which culminated in a late-night visit from lawyers.
Du and his wife had been served with a court injunction ordering them to repay £88,000, which forced them into a financial black hole and near bankruptcy.
This is a man that's completely at 6s and 7s. He's been knocked completely off his axis in terms of his future and what's going to happen to him.
Du clearly felt massively aggrieved. He'd put his life's work into this business and had it torn from underneath him, really.
That's when the bells start ringing and you've got the basis of a real solid motive for homicide.
Police believe An Zhang-du's anger at being summoned to pay the Dings an £88,000 settlement makes him a prime suspect. But they have yet to find any evidence which connects him to the crime.
What we would have to do is put Mr. Du at the scene of the murders.
All eyes turn to tracking An Zhang-du's movements on the day he went missing. He's first spotted on CCTV at his business in Birmingham.
He left the shop probably within 10 or 15 minutes of having arrived there.
He's next seen heading to a train station.
We traced him to New Street, so therefore we knew which train and platform he was on.
An Zhang-du then boards a train to Northampton.
There's CCTV footage of him on an escalator at Northampton bus station. So we know he transferred from the train station to the bus station. We then know that he got onto a bus that went to Wootton Village, and there is CCTV of An Zhang-du actually asking the driver of that bus for directions. Obviously, he was trying to establish where Jeff and Helen's house was in Pioneer Close.
So if you see down the road and you see the bus stop just down the road, that's where he came off the bus to come into the village. He got off and he came down this way and I think went into the local store and asked for directions. So why would you think if somebody's asking you directions that there's anything the matter? You just think he's going to meet friends on that special day.
This represents a significant milestone in both inquiries. The person at the heart of the missing persons case, An Zhang-du, has been placed in the vicinity of the Dings family home on the day they were murdered.
So we're now putting him closer and closer to the scene, and subsequently we have the sighting of a gentleman of Chinese appearance stood outside the Ding family household, probably about 4 o'clock on the afternoon of the 29th. So it's getting more and more and more likely that that person is An Zhang-du.
Now a prime suspect in the murder of a family of 4, police need to find out where he went next. But then the trail goes cold. An Zhang-du isn't seen on CCTV either leaving the area on foot or by bus.
There was an understandable level of fear among neighbours. 4 of their friends, including 2 young children, had been killed, and the person responsible hadn't been apprehended. He was on the loose. Where was he? Would he return? Would he do it again?
With days since the murders took place and no idea where the suspect could be, detectives examine every possible angle.
He's already got a 2-day head start on us. What we discovered in house-to-house routine inquiries is that the Ding family, their family car had gone in for service, and as a result they'd been given a hire car or a courtesy car to run around in, and that car was not at the Ding family household.
Police were now able to issue a name and a picture of their main suspect with a warning not to approach him in any circumstances. They revealed the car he was driving, and the country was put on alert to help find this man who was wanted in connection with 4 brutal murders.
The manhunt for An Zhang Du puts all forces across the UK on alert.
Police investigating the murders of a family of 4 in the village of Wootton, Northampton, have released information on a man wanted for questioning. 52-year-old Chinese national An Zhang Du was last seen 4 days ago, driving a silver Vauxhall Corsa. Members of the public are being advised not to approach him.
The pressure's immense, and it's a responsibility not just on your own professional reputation, but, you know, there's a community out there who expects the police to capture somebody who's this dangerous.
Key to tracking An Zhang Du is using automatic number plate recognition cameras.
We were hoping that modern technology such as ANPR, which is a very, very standard form of police inquiry, would help us out in that situation.
After multiple inquiries, a lead comes in. The stolen car's number plate triggered a camera on the night of the murders at a service station just outside Northampton on the M1.
And it showed that that vehicle, that hire vehicle, had been there at about 10:15 on the evening of the 29th. And An Zhang Du had been in to buy some chocolate or a drink, and importantly, a map book.
But where An Zhang is going, detectives don't know. ANPR cameras are checked, and there's no sign of the stolen car on any road in the UK. An Zhang Du has vanished.
At this point, police had no idea of An Zhang Du's whereabouts. Was he dead? Was he alive? Was he even in the UK?
While the manhunt intensifies, the Ding's friends and family are trying to come to terms with what's happened.
There was great sorrow from the students, especially those who were close to him doing projects and so on with him. A great sense of shock and sorrow that someone that helped them so much, of course, now is no longer with us.
For Zing and Alice's friends, meeting at their first county orchestral practice is a traumatic time.
It affected many of the other students very deeply. At orchestral rehearsals in the following week, flowers were left on their chairs. You know, teaching is one thing, but no one can prepare you for... How does a teacher cope with this? I don't know. No one prepares you for that.
For Jeff's family, struggling with the loss is only compounded by the grief of not knowing why this happened.
Actually, I first learned from the internet news, and I was completely shocked. I even cannot finish the news. Okay, once I saw the picture, I just, I cannot believe there's a 4 members all gone. It's just complete shock. Okay, and then I think about my parents. If I cannot, I manage that, think about the parents. They lost their children, their grandchildren, on one day.
Police investigating the murders of a family of 4 from Northampton have said they're concentrating their inquiries in London after a car stolen from the property was found parked near the Edgware Road.
After weeks of searching, the police get their first lead on their hunt for An Zhang Du, and it's created major problems for the investigation.
Unfortunately for us, Mr. Du, in his stolen hire car, managed to get all the way to St John's Wood in London without triggering a single police ANPR system. There was a point in this inquiry I was thinking if we didn't have bad luck, we'd have no luck at all, because not only did he miss ANPR, but when that car's parked in a side street in St John's Wood, The car is ticketed 9 times in 11 days, so we're now 13 days behind now. That's a significant problem in an investigation, because if you can go more or less anywhere in the world in 2 days, the world is literally your oyster in 13.
Whilst Du could be anywhere in the world, police concentrate their search in London.
Anyone who's been to London knows how easy it is to become anonymous in a city of that size and what opportunities there are to disappear within various communities. Obviously that was a huge concern to us, because if Ang Zhang Du wanted to lie low, then there's no finer place for him to do that and become anonymous and not be troubled too much. We're back to needle in a haystack time.
House-to-house inquiries uncover CCTV footage of Ang Zhang Du abandoning his stolen car in the early hours of the Friday night. Which reinforces detective suspicions that he's still in the area. The investigation moves to Chinatown in London's West End, and officers hand out wanted posters.
Obviously, language is an issue, although clearly most of the Chinese community within those areas will speak English. I think the most difficult cultural barrier is a natural reluctance to become involved with the police. And some people, even thought it was bad luck to put posters in shop windows and things like that. So, you've got to overcome those, but all you can do is reach out and engage and try and gain their confidence, but it certainly doesn't make it easier.
Whilst he's made it to London, police intel suggests that Ang Zhang Du wouldn't have gone far.
He was described to us as somebody innocuous, someone who probably would struggle to find his way round of his own volition,
Little did police know just how wrong this intel would prove to be.
Du had made his way through France and Spain and had been seen getting on a ferry from Tangier to Morocco. He'd also been stopped at a border in Algeria. With multiple sightings, this had now become an international manhunt.
Police hunting for a man suspected of murdering a family of 4 from Wootton Village in Northamptonshire have put out a reward of £25,000 for information which could lead to his arrest. Detectives say there have been over 380 sightings of Ang Zhang Du across Europe, but the 52-year-old has now been missing for almost a year.
Having reviewed over 5,000 hours of CCTV footage and interviewing over 2,000 people, police have discovered that Ang Zhang Du is no longer in the country.
It's a mind-blowing thought, because literally there are 6 billion people in this world. Where do we start? Which country do we start with? You're just thinking, oh my goodness, where do we go from here?
I doubt anybody in the country had really heard about Wootton Parish. And suddenly it was all over the news, headline news. This guy had come into our parish, he'd committed these dreadful murders, and then he was running off around the world where they couldn't find him. It put Wootton for a while in the news.
It was strange having Wootton put out there like that.
Through CCTV analysis, police have uncovered Ang Zhang Du's journey from Wootton to London and then onwards.
He took a coach to the coast and then over to Paris, then onwards to a Spanish port. And the long and short of it is, by the time the police became aware of the bodies, he was out of the country. He's gone.
The police reach out to forces around the world and decide to travel to Spain.
Detectives had issued an appeal on the Spanish version of Crime Watch, and that appeal went out far and wide across the country.
That broadcast was seen also in Morocco, and my understanding is that as a result of that, a supervisor or foreman on the building site where Ang Zhang Du had been working as a labourer, He alerted the local authorities, and the local authorities arrested Ang Zhang-du after something like 14 months of being on the run.
Yeah, I remember when they caught him, I remember thinking, how on earth did he get there? Unnoticed and working, actually. How is he working? It shows they don't have the same laws that we have here about working. But yes, it was great. It was a good feeling to know he'd been caught.
I remember when the news broke out that he was being extradited back to the UK to be charged for the murders. Everyone felt like justice was finally going to be done.
But even though Ang Zhang-du is safely locked up in a Moroccan jail, it's another 6 months before he's returned to the UK and charged with 4 counts of murder. It's taken over 2 years, but the trial into the murders of 4 members of the Ding family begins at Northampton Crown Court.
Surprisingly, Du pleaded not guilty in the court case. His version of events was that he'd gone round there to simply talk to the Du family and things had spiralled out of control.
The issue for this trial was not so much whether he killed the Ding family, it's whether he did it as a murderer of sound mind or whether there was some kind of diminished element.
The court hears how on the 29th of April 2011, Ang Zhang-du was furious after he received a court order after a lengthy legal battle with Jeff and Helen Ding. His assets were frozen and he was ordered to pay the Dings £88,000. So, while the nation watched William and Kate get married, Ang Zhang-du had gone to his shop to pick up a kitchen knife. Then, he headed towards the village where the Ding family lived.
My belief is that when he left for New Street Station just after 11, he was going to Wootton in Northamptonshire with one thing on his mind, and that thing was murder, the ultimate revenge.
Ang Zhang-du admits he entered the Ding's house via the back gate and finds Jeff Ding in the kitchen. They argue, and he stabs Jeff multiple times before attacking his wife Helen. He then goes upstairs and kills Zing and Alice. They are both huddled together in one bedroom.
What I can't reconcile, what I'll never be able to understand, is when that anger, that evilness, that bile is such that it makes a grown man climb a set of stairs, enter a room with 2 young girls cowering on a bed, frightened beyond description, and then plunge a knife into both of them and fatally wound them both without any compunction or restriction, just to execute 2 young. I'll never get over it. I'll never understand it.
During the trial, the jury also hears a recording of a 999 call. It was made by one of the girls when they heard Ang Zhang-du attacking their parents.
It transpired that a 999 call had been made from the property at the time of the killings. Police had responded to the call but had been sent to the wrong address and had no answer, and therefore the case was effectively closed.
I've heard that tape recording. It's horrific. Absolutely horrific. And those screams, I won't forget them, because I know what was happening when those girls were screaming, because a murderer had entered the room and was in the process of fatally murdering those 2 girls. Absolutely. I can't reconcile myself to that action. It's horrendous.
As the trial progresses, further details emerge about what happened after Du murdered the family.
After killing the family of 4, Du stayed in the house for 6 hours and actually went to sleep.
He then takes the time to wash the kitchen knife that he brought with him and leaves it on the kitchen worktop before stealing money and the Ding's hire car. He manages to evade authorities for over a year. But after a 2-week trial, Ang Sang Du is found guilty of all 4 counts of murder.
Ang Sang Du was found guilty of multiple murders and was sentenced to 40 years in prison, the longest sentence ever passed down in the history of courts in Northamptonshire.
With all due respect, Ang Sang Du is exactly where he should be in terms of the crime he committed and public safety.
The community were pleased that something so barbaric had gone full circle, really, and the man who had carried out this dreadful crime had been put away.
The fact that he's never going to get out of prison, yeah, but it still should never have happened. But they've got as much justice as possible.
After 10 years, those that knew the family are still coming to terms with the loss.
I don't think there's ever any way that justice can ever really be done that can make up really for what happened. There isn't, and that's the closest we can get. And whatever punishment he got is never going to make up for for what happened that day.
I suppose there was some sense of, okay, that's over now, but you're never going to get those girls back, ever, and that's going to remain with me for the rest of my life.
Ang Sang Du will be 92 years old before he's eligible for release. But for Jeff's brother, Ji Xiang, life will never be the same.
I cannot accept, the reality, basically. And then I think about my parents. They lost their children, their grandchildren, only one day. I have many questions to ask him. Among them, the only one question that strikes me most is, I want to ask him, how could you stab a knife into an innocent girl's heart? Not once, but twice. How could you do that? An innocent girl, you get that in. I'm not that confident whether I can rebuild my life anymore. I don't think my life will be the same again as before.
If we could identify who had made those bite marks, was it another way of identifying who had carried out the murder?
You just couldn't take it in, because something like that doesn't happen to you, and especially in Dereham.
He had no remorse, he was just pure evil.
In April 2008, an ambulance was called to a flat in Dereham, where the paramedics found the body of a woman with stab wounds and bite marks to her face and chin. What began as a simple murder case turned into one of the most challenging investigations that Norfolk police had ever dealt with. Situated halfway between Norwich and King's Lynn is the town of Dereham, home to 47-year-old mother of three, Elaine Walpole. On Tuesday, the 29th of April 2008, a friend raised the alarm after not seeing Elaine for a few days.
Elaine's neighbour hadn't seen Elaine since the Saturday. They used to see each other every day, and so he was concerned that she may have fallen and had some sort of medical episode in her flat and called an ambulance.
Paramedics had forced their way into the property, where they saw Elaine dead on the floor. DCI Fry of Norfolk Police's major investigation team took over the case the following day and went straight to the flat.
The scene was really quite chaotic. There were smashed plates and things strewn all over the floor. Some of the contents of drawers that had been pulled out and the fronts broken off. It was really very untidy.
DCI Fry needed to quickly establish what had gone on.
It was a case of door-to-door inquiries. Intelligence needed to be gathered around what we knew about Elaine, what we knew about any of her family and friends. Anything that had been happening in that particular area of Dereham. Had there been a spate of burglaries going on that she might have disturbed someone? Just a general gathering of intelligence that may assist the inquiry.
While police were making inquiries, the forensic team at the crime scene were building up a picture of events leading up to Elaine's murder.
The state of the crime scene, to me, does suggest that there was some sort of altercation, fight, argument. But it does seem to go beyond what would have occurred just as a result of a struggle. The whole thing really seems to speak of somebody who was very angry, maybe seeking to intimidate and dominate, and really maybe demonstrate power and control.
The residents of peaceful and picturesque Dereham were oblivious to what had happened.
Dereham is a good place to live. It's at the very heart of one of the loveliest counties in the country, Norfolk. So it's surrounded by beautiful countryside, and it's a place where you can get to know people and be known.
Dereham's a fairly tight-knit community. Everybody gets on with everybody, I think. Quite a lot of us know what everybody else is doing. Not always for the good. But generally, yeah, it's a pretty good community spirit around Dereham. People look after each other.
Police quickly established that Elaine had family living locally. Unfortunately, they were about to receive some devastating news.
I was at home with my children when I got a phone call to say my mum had died. It didn't seem real. I just felt numb. After I got the phone call, I phoned my sister. She was at work.
My sister called my manager and asked me to call her back immediately. It was really urgent. At that time, I didn't know what was going on, so I called my sister as quickly as I could. She told me that Mum had died, and that's all we knew. We didn't know how, we didn't know when, we didn't know why. We just knew that she was dead.
I first heard of my sister's death in the bank in Dereham. Everything was going through my head because you don't want to believe it.
We all went round to my Auntie Jackie's to see if anyone could shed any light on what had happened, because at that point no one told us anything. The police didn't tell us anything. No one told us what was going on. We sort of had to use our imagination, I guess, and try and work out what had happened. So that was quite difficult.
Until a post-mortem was carried out, police couldn't be certain about Elaine's cause of death. All they had to go on so far was what they had found at the scene.
Elaine lay with her head in the kitchen, and there's a pool of blood around her head. She was naked from the waist down, and she'd several stab wounds, including one that went through her neck. There were some what looked like perfectly round circular marks, one on her right cheek and one on her chin. And initially I thought possibly she'd been hit with the bottom of a beer bottle with that slight stippling.
Police needed to identify the mystery marks, a clue that could lead to the killer.
I've been to probably between 50 and 70 scenes where there has been an unexplained or suspicious death, and you know, they can be extremely upsetting, but you focus on the job and really put it out of your mind, because you know, it's a job to do. Initially, with the examination of the scene, it was unclear how Elaine had died. It was rated as an unexplained death. The following morning, when the post-mortem examination results came through, which showed that she had 3 stab wounds and about 50 other injuries, including the 2 unexplained injuries on her cheek and her chin, I upgraded it to suspicious death.
Suspicious death was a term police used for probable murder. It was time to share this news with her family.
When we found out that my mum had been stabbed, me and my family, we just couldn't believe it. We were shocked. Couldn't believe it at all.
Devastated, shocked. I was just unreal, really. You just couldn't take it in, because something like that doesn't happen to you, and especially in Dereham. You know, we were just, totally in shock.
The investigation team needed to look further into evidence found at the crime scene for clues that would lead them to Elaine's killer.
A knife was found on an arm of the sofa near to where Elaine lay that was identified as the knife that had been used to stab her. There was a broken bottle on the floor in the lounge that revealed a fingerprint. There were some boxer shorts still on the floor there, and a receipt from where she'd been to the shop the previous Saturday. That led to an inquiry to go and find out what she'd bought. And then that shop had CCTV, so we looked at securing that CCTV and looking through that to see if she was with anyone or if there was anything of value to be gained from there.
Accessing the shop's CCTV footage and identifying the fingerprint would take a while, so the police looked further into Elaine's life.
Elaine had a son and 2 daughters. All of them lived in the Dereham area. Clearly a close bond between them, and she obviously looked forward to their visits.
Elaine was born in Hackney in London in 1960 and moved to Dereham aged 19 in the late 70s.
She got told she couldn't have children, but later on she found out that she was due to have twins, and obviously she was ecstatic, really. You know, we was all happy for her. And then she had twin girls, and then she went on to have a little boy.
I used to go and visit my mum every Friday with my nan and my children, and on the Friday before she died, she was laughing around with the children, dancing and singing with them. My mum was quite a private person. She didn't have many friends. One of her friends was her neighbour, and he used to visit her as well.
Essentially, she lived quite an isolated life. Her family visited her regularly, and she had a routine of going to the shop every day and then returning home and spending most of the day on her own or in the company of a neighbour or whatever in her own flat.
It was clear to police that the person who saw Elaine most regularly was the neighbour that had reported her missing.
When we first found out what had happened to Mum, we all assumed it was her neighbour because she'd had run-ins with him in the past. So we all automatically assumed it was him.
A planned arrest was made on the neighbour to try to either eliminate him from the investigation or see whether he was actually responsible. That gave the opportunity to do a proper search of his flat, recover his clothing to see if there was any transfer of bodily fluids. Having arrested the neighbour, he was interviewed and he was able to give an account of his movements from the last sighting of Elaine right through till the Tuesday, which we followed up on. And it was clear within a few hours that it was unlikely that he was actually involved in her murder, and therefore he was bailed so that we could focus our resources elsewhere.
One day into the inquiry, it was clear that Elaine Walpole's neighbour was innocent, leaving the police with no suspects. Without a concrete lead, finding her killer was some way off. Police were investigating the death of 47-year-old Elaine Walpole, found stabbed to death in her home in April 2008. They believed it was murder, and news of the crime had spread in the normally safe town of Dereham.
At the time of Elaine's murder, I was running a pub just up the road, just a few minutes' walk away from the flats that she was killed in. It was a big shock to everybody. Things like that don't seem to happen around here. It was a shock.
Dereham is a very low crime area. There's no doubt about that. The statistics prove it. And so when something like this happens, we can't come to terms with it very easily, and there's this element of unknown and what's happened and just basic shock.
That was on the news, in the paper, on the radio. Everywhere you sort of went, there was everybody talking about it, so you couldn't really keep it private. I used to hold my head down sometimes in town when I went in town, because I thought, oh God, who's looking at me now? Because I felt like everybody was looking at you.
The police were waiting on forensic tests from the crime scene, and before long, results started to filter through.
After 2 days, the fingerprint from the bottle in the lounge was identified, and it was shown to be that from a young man called Juvenal Ferreira.
Records stated that Juvenal Ferreira was a 16-year-old boy from the Gambia.
The problem was the fingerprint was on a bottle, which is a movable item, and therefore, conceivably, he may have been into a shop, picked a bottle up, put it back down again, then Elaine gone in later, selected the bottle and taken it back to her flat. So the fact that his fingerprint was in her flat was interesting, but the fact that it was on a movable item meant that I couldn't call him a suspect at that stage.
Police had also discovered a shop receipt from 3 days before Elaine's body was found, and had been waiting for access to the corresponding CCTV.
The receipt found in Elaine's lounge identified a purchase in a local shop around about 4 o'clock this afternoon, and by looking at the CCTV, we identified that she was in the shop with Juvenal Ferreira. A clear image of him on the CCTV, facially and from behind, clearly with Elaine, selecting some alcohol and then leaving with her. So with the images of Ferreira in the shop and the fingerprint in Elaine's flat, he was obviously becoming of greater interest, but not necessarily enough to be technically called a suspect.
It was time to investigate Juvenal Ferreira further.
Police National Computer is a tool that police officers use every day. If they suspect a car to have been stolen, they will check that on the computer. If they stop someone for some reason, they will check on the Police National Computer. If that person's wanted, it will be logged on there, and their criminal history is also logged on the computer, so they will know what those sort of people have been up to.
Ferreira was showing up on the Police National Computer as having been arrested a few hours after he was spotted on the shop's CCTV footage with Elaine.
Ferreira had initially acted quite strangely in the Memorial Gardens around lunchtime on the Saturday, where there were some people taking photographs, etc., and he'd acted a little strangely towards a lady there. He'd then gone to a garage sale on the Norwich Road, somewhere between the shop where he'd been seen with Elaine and Elaine's home address, and he was at the garage sale there, and again, quite upset one of the ladies there, and was asked to leave. Also around that time, It would appear that he met up with a young lad on a nearby road, asked to borrow his bicycle and rode off on it. That bicycle was found in Elaine's flat.
After stealing the bike, Juvenile Ferreira was spotted at around 4 p.m. on the CCTV with Elaine, and he continued to cause disturbances in Dereham that evening.
He went into the centre of town, where his behaviour became quite odd. He was leering through a window at a young girl there. He lay on the bonnet of a car and was acting very strangely. Several different young couples were concerned at the way he was behaving. And then he went into a supermarket, grabbed, I think, a bottle of wine and ran out of the supermarket. And it was as he was running away, he was rugby tackled to the ground by a member of the public who happened to be someone from a nearby army base. The police arrested Ferreira and took him to the police station, where he was found to be really quite inebriated, unfit for interview, and so he was searched and put into a cell overnight. He was found to have no underwear on, but he was basically laid down for the night to sober up, and then he was interviewed the following morning about the theft from the supermarket and his conduct in the centre of Dereham. Before Ferreira's release, Ferreira's fingerprints and DNA were taken.
2 days later, Elaine's dead body had been found.
At that point, we didn't know exactly when Elaine had died. We didn't know that Ferreira was actually responsible for that. We knew he was involved in this fracas in Dereham, but there were still many questions left to be answered and a lot of detail to be found.
Police now knew Ferreira had been acting strangely around the time of Elaine's murder, and that he was one of the last people to have seen her alive. But they needed more concrete evidence.
The next big step forward was a DNA hit. Swabs taken from Elaine's body had been sent to the forensic laboratory, and semen from Juvenile Ferreira was found on those swabs. A clear link between the incident and Juvenile Ferreira, and he was now a suspect.
Elaine and Ferreira were from different walks of life, but the bodily fluids indicated she'd had sexual contact with this 16-year-old boy. It was the evidence the police had been waiting for.
So now we had DNA from Ferreira on Elaine, and putting that together with the fingerprint, the CCTV image of her with him, he became the main suspect, and he was put on the police national computer as a wanted person.
Juvenile Ferreira's elevated status meant that all UK police forces were on red alert, ready to seize him should they come into contact with him.
Almost simultaneously to the DNA hit coming through, we received a phone call from Hertfordshire Police. They had stopped Juvenile Ferreira in Hoddesdon, and I was able to tell them to arrest him and take him back to the police station.
Back at the station, police began to piece together his movements after causing mayhem in Norfolk 11 days earlier.
Having been released from the police station in Dereham, he'd returned home, and then the following morning he'd made his way to London, where he'd tried to get on to the Eurostar.
Just a day after he was seen with Elaine, Ferreira had tried to flee the country.
He wasn't allowed to get on because his papers only allowed him entry to the UK and not to the Eurozone as a whole. And he then made his way to Hoddesdon in Hertfordshire.
In Hertfordshire, Ferreira had shoplifted, got into fights and robbed people, revealing a picture of a youth out of control. He had been in and out of police custody, beginning on Saturday the 26th of April, the day of Elaine Walpole's suspected murder.
Finally, the net was closing in on the police's prime suspect in Elaine Walpole's horrific murder. In Norfolk, all the evidence in Elaine Walpole's murder was pointed to one man, and the police were desperate to talk to him.
Elaine had been found naked from the waist down, with multiple injuries, and Juvenile Ferreira, aged 16, was the young man police had arrested for her murder, but not yet charged.
Following Ferreira's arrest, I arranged for a search of his home address to be carried out, and in his bedroom, several items that linked him to Elaine's murder were found. A purse belonging to Elaine was found there, a SIM card and a phone, and there was a pair of boots with a blood stain on it, and that was later found to be Elaine's blood. He was represented in the interviews and basically said very little. I remember the interviewing sergeant saying to me that he was very surprised Ferreira seemed a lot older. But we carried on with the interviews, he said very little, and then gradually as we gathered all the different evidence together, the property found, there was his DNA, I was in a position to approach the CPS and ask to charge him with murder.
The CPS agreed, and on the 10th of May 2008, 11 days after Elaine Warpole's body had been found, Juvenile Ferreira was charged.
Juvenile Ferreira was charged with murder, but as a juvenile, he had to be treated differently. He was kept in a different prison, and if convicted, would be subject to different term of imprisonment. Roughly a third of that he'd be expected as an adult.
Well, when we got told by the police that they'd caught someone, obviously we were, I don't know, we were sort of like, your mind's all over the place, because obviously you're happy that someone's been caught, but obviously we wanted to know who it was and why. So obviously it was all in sort of like mixed emotions, really.
Ferreira was held on remand at Feltham Young Offenders Institute while police continued investigating him, discovering that he'd moved to Durham from the Gambia in 2007. But confirming Ferreira's age was proving to be difficult.
We still had our suspicions that Ferreira was older than he was actually saying. Inquiries in the Gambia with the Attorney General indicated that travel documents could be obtained just by saying what your date of birth is without any evidence, and therefore they weren't a real true reflection of someone's date of birth. Ferreira's mother, who had moved to England, wanted to take him from the Gambia back to England, and therefore had applied for his travel documents stating a date of birth that made him at that time under 16 and a dependent. The Attorney General on my behalf made inquiries at the school where Ferreira had been and obtained his school certificate, but because he'd moved from Guinea-Bissau, where he was born, to the Gambia, we couldn't be absolutely sure when he'd started his school, and therefore that wasn't evidence of his birth and his age.
Not being able to clarify Ferreira's age was a blow, but the police still had work to do in preparation for the trial, so focused on his relationship with Elaine.
We wanted to know how Ferreira met Elaine, how well he knew her, and from inquiries it appeared that Ferreira was refused to purchase either alcohol or cigarettes in the shop and had gone outside and then asked Elaine to buy something for him, then returned into the shop and then walked away from the shop in the direction of her home address with her. As far as we know, that was the first time he had met Elaine.
Ferreira's semen was found on Elaine's dead body, pointing to sexual contact between them. But to add sexual assault to the existing murder charge, DCI Frye had to disprove consensual sex. Police needed to find out more about Elaine's personal life, and they returned to the family.
Elaine would always tell you stuff. Even if you didn't want to know about it, she'd soon tell you about things. So, yeah, she'd definitely tell you if she had a boyfriend.
I'd never heard of him. She'd never mentioned him to any of us, so we were very shocked that she would be involved with someone so young. We didn't know anything about him, or why they would even come to be acquaintances in the first place.
As far as her family were concerned, Elaine wasn't in a relationship with anyone at the time of her death, let alone a random 16-year-old boy. The suggestion was upsetting. And more distressing was that they still hadn't been able to lay Elaine to rest.
One thing that the family found very difficult to deal with was the delay in being able to hold Elaine's funeral. The problem is that we hold our post-mortem as soon as we can, but the defence have the right to hold their own post-mortem so that they can check the evidence that we've obtained. And therefore we have to have caught someone, charged them, and then given the defence the opportunity to carry out their own post-mortem. And in this case, the defence delayed and the post-mortem wasn't carried out for several months.
Having the funeral after 4 months was obviously a huge weight had lifted off our shoulders, that we were able to have the funeral. But we knew that the trial was coming up, so we still had that to deal with. So we were still all really anxious and worried about the outcome of the trial.
Unfortunately for Elaine's family, a new development at Feltham Young Offenders Institute suggested Ferreira wasn't going down without a fight.
Whilst we were preparing the case, we were contacted by the prison where Ferreira was being kept, and we were told that he had written on the wall of his cell, "I didn't kill her, she was my girlfriend, for goodness sake, I'm only a kid." This gave an indication of the defence that Ferreira may be putting forward at court, that he knew Elaine, that she was his girlfriend, and it's quite common for people to remain sort of denying the offence right through the system.
Graffiti, more commonly, is a way in which individuals make a statement about themselves to the world. It's how they want to be seen. Now, that might have a tactical element in that he's trying to influence people's views of his culpability, but it could be that he's trying to convince himself, because some sexual murderers don't like admitting even to themselves what they've done.
Police now had to prove that Elaine and Ferreira were not in a relationship as he claimed, and that a violent sexual assault had taken place. They went back to the evidence from the crime scene.
A big conundrum was the injury to Elaine's face, to her cheek and her chin. It looked like a circle of identical marks, if you like. Could it have been the bottom of a bottle? Could it have been a pill packet in someone's hand as they struck her on the face? What had caused those marks? So I contacted the National Injuries Database for their expert opinion, and they said to me that it's a possibility that it was bite marks. They provided me with several experts, and I decided to contact forensic odontologist Freddie Martin.
It was now turning into an incredibly complex investigation for Norfolk Police, needing to call on a forensic odontologist, otherwise known as a forensic dentist, to help them out.
Forensic odontology is extremely useful to police and prosecutors. On the crime side, it's not uncommon in murder cases for the perpetrator of the murder to bite their victims. And they might bite them extremely viciously as well. Sometimes they're very vicious biting. And in rape cases, for instance, it's very common to find bite marks. And by examining the bite, photographing it, taking impressions from suspects and that sort of thing, it is often possible to match up the perpetrator with the victim.
I sent Freddie photographs of the injuries, and after careful consideration, he was willing to give his expert opinion that they were bite marks. This was exciting because if we could identify who had made those bite marks, it was another way of identifying who had carried out the murder, but also it helped towards boxing off any defence as to consensual sex.
DCI Fry needed to prove these bite marks belonged to juvenile Ferreira, to charge him with sexual assault as well as murder. The police also needed to prove their suspicions that he was over 18. But with less than 2 weeks until the trial, the investigation team were running out of time. Police in Dereham had been investigating the death of Elaine Walpole, stabbed to death in her Norfolk home in 2008. They had charged 16-year-old Juvenile Ferreira with murder and were keen to add a sexual assault charge after his DNA was found on her body.
So the swabs from Elaine's body were sent as a priority, and other exhibits followed later on. As it happens, the boxer shorts that had been found there, later on, they were found to have Ferreira's DNA on.
With only 2 weeks until the trial, the police had a limited amount of time to prove that bite marks found on Elaine's body had been inflicted by Ferreira.
In order to prove that he had created the bites, we would need teeth impressions, and the problem with that is that they're classed as intimate samples and they can't be taken other than with the consent of the person. And when we approached Ferreira's solicitor, he refused. Without the dental impressions, we couldn't prove that Ferreira had caused those marks on her face. However, we would be able to bring it to the attention of the court that Ferreira had refused, and therefore an adverse inference could be made against Ferreira in the subsequent trial.
This meant the judge could tell the jury that Ferreira had refused to produce the dental impressions, knowing it might hurt his defence.
The solicitor rang CPS on the Thursday before the trial and said that they would give permission, clearly in order to stop any adverse inference being made.
The police had just 1 working day before the trial to get the evidence they needed from Juvenile Ferreira.
I rang the odontologist and he said that he'd get onto it straight away. He went to the prison the next day, obtained the teeth impressions, worked on them over the weekend, and by the Monday he had positive proof that the bite marks were made by Juvenile Ferreira biting Elaine on her face and on her chin.
The new evidence meant that 16-year-old Juvenile Ferreira stood trial charged with both the murder and rape of Elaine Walpole, with the police confident she had never had consensual sex with him.
Throughout the trial, Juvenile Ferreira maintained a defence that he was in a relationship with Elaine and that he had consensual sex with her and had left her alive and well on the Saturday and had no knowledge of her murder. This was clearly upsetting for the family, him suggesting that he was in a relationship with her, which they didn't believe at all, and it was really the only way he had to go to try and explain the sexual element to the offence.
We had no idea why they would be associated with each other. They seemingly come from different walks of life. Obviously, my mum was a lot older than him. We don't know why their paths would have crossed.
One can only speculate, but it is possible that he experienced something like a perceived rejection, or that she wouldn't comply, maybe with sexual advances. Perhaps because of the state that he was in with the alcohol, or the emotional state he was in generally. Maybe he was just all too ready to take out his feelings on her.
In his defence, Ferreira claimed that on the Sunday after his release from the police station, he'd returned to Elaine's flat and found her dead. He said that he was shocked by what he saw. He'd moved the knife, he'd got blood on his hands, and he'd washed his hands, and that somehow that's how blood from Elaine had got onto his boot. At some point he claimed that it was possibly a drug dealer that had committed the offence, again upsetting the family. And when he was challenged as to why he hadn't reported what he found to the police, he said that he'd gone to the police station but they was too scared to go inside, and so he hadn't reported it. He continued to deny biting Elaine. He continued to deny any violence towards Elaine, but he did admit stealing some of her jewellery.
Having stayed silent in interviews, Ferreira was now claiming he had known Elaine was dead before the police did, but wasn't responsible for the killing.
Going into court and seeing him standing there, the person that killed my mum, was horrible. I made eye contact with him and he stared me out. He had no remorse, he was just pure evil.
DCI Fryer felt the prosecution had a strong case against Ferreira, with CCTV, fingerprints and DNA evidence, plus the forensic dentist who took the stand.
Freddie Martin was obviously a key witness, and he came along to provide the evidence that Ferreira had caused the bites on her face. And as we waited outside court, I spoke to Freddie about our problems identifying a real age for Ferreira, and I said to him, it's a pity you can't age someone by their teeth like you can a horse. And Freddie turned to me and said, well, you can.
When you're trying to prove that somebody is over the age of 18 or whether they're under the age of 18, then it is the third molar tooth, the wisdom tooth, that is the one that's going to give you that essential bit of information. You would expect that tooth to start to erupt into the mouth about 16, and 3 years later you would expect the root of that tooth to be fully formed.
This new information was an important breakthrough. If Ferreira had fully formed wisdom teeth, he would be at least 19 years old. But the prosecution and the defence had already given evidence, and the jury were now ready with their verdict.
On the 15th of December 2008, Ferreira was found guilty by a unanimous verdict.
He was convicted of the murder and rape of Elaine Walpole.
When he'd been found guilty, it felt like a weight had been lifted off our shoulders, and finally my mum could have some peace.
It was at this point, if he had been sentenced as a juvenile, he would have got a third of the sentence that he would as an adult. And this was the point where we approached the judge through the barrister to ask for more time to prove Ferreira's true age.
A conviction for murder and rape would have meant just 8 years in prison if Ferreira was sentenced as a juvenile.
After the guilty verdict, we then got told that it would be adjourned until further investigation on his age, and we were relieved that they were actually going to sort out his age and so that he would get the sentence he deserved.
As x-rays of Ferreira's teeth had recently been taken to prove he'd bitten Elaine, the police already had the medical records they needed to analyse.
Freddie Martin, the forensic odontologist, went to work on the x-rays of Ferreira's teeth to try and prove exactly how old he was. The really crushing news was that, in fact, he had a deformity in his teeth and the last set of molars weren't even there, and he couldn't prove through his teeth how old Ferreira was.
There are certain abnormalities that can occur with the development of the third molar tooth. The roots can become fused. It may have a high degree of a curve on the end of the root. It may not fully form, and then it makes it difficult for the forensic odontologist to actually use that third molar tooth as a method of age assessment of that individual.
The news was terrible, really. We'd really hoped that that would be the final thing to show how old he was, and it had been ripped away from us. And we were up against the clock. We had to get some sort of evidence to prove his age before he was due to come back for sentencing. I talked it through with Freddie, and he said, well, there are other ways of proving someone's age. There are different bones in the body that develop at different stages. The wrists, for instance, the bones in the clavicle, through the sternum. But he said he wasn't really the right expert to do that. We needed our own expert, a forensic anthropologist, to give expert evidence as to Ferreira's age through his bones. There was a real problem here because it's so difficult to get someone out of prison for any reason, but to take them to hospital for x-rays is unheard of.
It was another race against time, as police went about trying to arrange further x-rays of Ferreira, now a convicted murderer. Ferreira's defence were also making things difficult for the investigation.
The defence demanded that their expert be present when the x-rays were taken, but the prison said that no one was allowed to know where the procedure would take place beforehand, and therefore we had to arrange for the defence expert to be picked up by police officers and taken to an unknown location to be present as the x-rays were taken. The prison sent him along attached to the biggest prison officer you've ever seen. There was no way that they wanted any chance for him to escape.
X-rays were taken of Ferreira's body, which DCI Fry immediately sent to their forensic anthropologist to analyse.
Julie Roberts was able to say, through the development of the radius of the bones within his wrist, that Ferreira was probably around 21 years old, but at the very least 19. That meant he was an adult. That meant that he would be sentenced as an adult.
On the 27th of March 2009, after an 11-month investigation, Juvenile Ferreira went back to court and was sentenced, as an adult, to 22 years imprisonment, roughly 3 times what he would have got as a juvenile.
This was excellent news. Every time we thought that we were getting somewhere, there'd be another block put in the way, and it was a long journey, but this was the end of the road, and we were able to achieve exactly what we set out for.
The police were amazing. They went above and beyond what we ever thought they would do to secure a long sentence for us.
I think everyone was just relieved that after so long, we'd finally gotten justice for Mum. Although it won't bring her back, we are happy with the sentencing, and we can just try and move on and obviously never forget her and what happened, but we can cry again.
It still doesn't seem real that my mum's not here anymore. It's just like a nightmare, really. You never think it's going to happen to you as a family, but it's happened to us.
She's too young. She shouldn't be there. She should be here. She should be here with us. And we all have a miss her.
Thanks to Norfolk Police's dedication to the pursuit of justice, Juvenile Ferreira started a full and just sentence for the murder of mother and grandmother Elaine Walpole that would keep him in jail until what the police believe will be well into his 40s.
Beware the shadows. Who knows what danger lurks? Take the darkest fairy tale and bring it into modern times. Weeknights at 10 on Sky Mix. Grimm.
Emergency, how can I help you?
It was a violent, frenzied and very, very aggressive attack. It almost severed his head.
If members of the public have any information at all, this was an 83-year-old family man. It was a brutal attack with no known motive at this time.
It's such a quiet and peaceful place. It just seemed incredible it could happen here.
This was the biggest manhunt.
From the instant I saw him, I realised he didn't fit in. I do regret not following him to see where he went.
Can you explain to me why your DNA is on that man?
East Harling, a quaint village nestled in the heart of the South Norfolk countryside.
It's a lovely little place to live in. It's really quiet, but it's got a lot of sense of community, a lot of pockets of very different helpful people, sports, and there's a couple of pubs.
Really nice place to live, safe place really. You know, everyone a lot of people know each other around here.
With its bountiful forests and country walks to enjoy a quieter pace of life. Harling and its neighbouring villages are the perfect places for many to set up home.
People will usually say hello to you and you can stop and have a conversation. A lot of dog walkers in the area, of which I'm one. And, you know, they definitely always speak, pass the time of day with you.
Harling Heath, a really, really nice place to walk, and we use it for biking, running and dog walking.
The heathlands on the edge of the villages has long been a draw for dog walkers. But this idyllic setting was shattered early one morning when a body was discovered in brambles on the heath.
Police emergency, how can I help you?
He was found by a couple that were walking their dogs. They saw his dogs walking without anyone, and then as they approached the scene, they could see some blood on the ground and his body partly covered by some brambles just off the pathway. The police were called.
I just remember it was a Saturday, I was at home, and I just remember hearing these police sirens screaming through the village.
I didn't actually come till the afternoon and arrived here. So all these police cars, all these police cars around for us, but it's quite bizarre.
Rumours about the discovery of a body in undergrowth fly through the villages.
An initial assessment suggested that he may have been subject to an animal attack.
One early theory was an attack from an animal, and that was mainly led from the extent of the injuries. Obviously, there's Banham Zoo, not a huge distance away.
I was very sceptical of that because we know what's in the woods, and I can't think of a wild animal that had been over there to do such damage, to kill somebody. There isn't animals over there to do that.
The news spreads among the local dog walking community. Could a wild animal really have attacked and killed a man on their doorstep?
There was a sense of fear, but that kind of not really believing it was going on in the village.
I think it was a bit of a shock to everybody. It's not something that happens in this area. It certainly put us off walking our dogs there for a while. I had a young daughter at the time, she was only 3, and I wasn't keen on taking her there, you know.
Rookie journalist Zach Ward was one of the first to get wind of the story.
So at the time, I felt shocked, I felt surprised. This was my first job in journalism. It was our goal to try and handle it sensitively. The stories we normally covered at This Express were very community-based, they were human interest. It was about council tax going up. It was people's 100th birthdays. It was that level of local news. So when we say things like this don't happen, that's not a cliche, it's genuine. We had really very little experience in covering this major event.
Police finally identify the body in the woods as 83-year-old Peter Wrighton. But who is he?
Mr. Wrighton was retired. He lived with his wife. He had 2 dogs, one 13 and one 9 or 10 years old, that he walked regularly.
He had retired to Banham, which is about 5 miles as the crow flies to East Harling. He'd worked for BT for 35 years. He'd been married for 59 years, and he sounded like a gentle, kind, loving man. Loved his dogs. He was walking with Gemma and Dylan at the time, and they both stayed with the body, which I think that tells you the bond between dog and owner. But he sounded like a really well-respected member of the community, and we got an outpouring of tributes and sympathy once his name had been released.
The first time we moved in, we went and introduced ourselves to the neighbours. Peter and Anne were very, very welcoming. One of our first things to do was to invite them over for a meal.
They were always friendly. You go over there, they're always welcome to. And obviously they used to take their dogs out for a walk, both of them. And they loved dogs. They took in a lot of rescue dogs.
Father of two, Peter was a daily visitor with his 2 dogs to the Heath, just a few miles from his home in Banham. Tragically, on the morning of his death, his wife Anne had gone in search of him when he hadn't returned home.
Been shopping, and on my way back, I was driving by, and Anne pulled out her car and drove towards Harling. I thought that was rather unusual for her to go out and leave the house empty without them being out together. I didn't think much more of it than that.
Mr. Wrighton had failed to return home, and Mrs. Wrighton became concerned and actually drove out to the Heath to look for her husband in case possibly he'd had a medical event or become lost. As she approached the scene, she made herself known to the police, who were already there.
While Peter's wife is escorted home, his body is taken for a post-mortem examination to verify the cause of death.
When the post-mortem took place, it was established that he had received quite a violent attack, probably initially from behind. Many of the stabbing injuries were to the back of his neck and a cut across his throat that actually cut all the way back to the spinal column. May have taken 4 or 5 sideways cuts. It almost severed his head. There were other significant injuries, a stab wound that went into his left eye.
The result immediately changes the course of the investigation.
We had a phone call from Anne informing us that Peter had been murdered.
But what had gone on? Why would someone want to kill such a well-respected member of the community in such a violent way? In the quaint countryside of East Harling, a post-mortem examination has just revealed that far from being killed by a wild animal, much-loved pensioner Peter Wrighton had been murdered. But why?
I think someone may have put a suggestion forward that it could have been as a result of an animal attack. But when you consider the circumstances, it would appear the way he had been deposited, he had been dragged backwards and his arms were on top of him, which would be unlikely if he was pulled there by an animal.
Mr. Wrighton had been stabbed over 40 times, including some very deep wounds to his throat, which had almost severed his head from the rest of his body.
It was a violent and aggressive attack with only one outcome, likely with the way that he was attacked.
Immediately, a murder investigation is launched to track down the killer. And everyone is a potential suspect.
This was the biggest manhunt for a long, long time.
We've got additional officers in the local area at the scene of the murder. We've also increased our patrols and our police physical presence in and around East Harling.
They were very present, patrolling up and down the road. There was mounted police going around the village on horseback.
At the back of the forest here, the police stopped me stopping all the cars and asking you, were you on that day, were you here, taking your name, address and so forth.
Police officers involved in the investigation will have been looking for dog walkers in the area. People have routines and return to places quite regularly, and therefore they will also have people on the heath at the same time, the same day, several days after, to pick up those who regularly go and may have been there in the morning.
As the police were searching the crime scene here, they cut all the grass down really short. All this field was cut very short. All the hedgerow here was cut down to virtually nothing. I guess they're looking for the weapon, I guess.
As news spreads throughout the local dog walking community that there's a killer at large, so does the fear.
When the murder investigation started, nobody was walking the dogs over the woods. They didn't know who it was.
When people first found out about the murder, then I think it was one of complete disbelief that something like that had happened in the area. And then I think probably naturally mixed in with a bit of fear around who was this person that had committed the crime, and were they still at large?
I mean, this was in broad daylight. This was at 10:30 in the morning, potentially. So I think afterwards people were wary. I think people were wary about walking their dogs on their own.
Police established that the 5th of August 2017 started out like any other day for Peter Wrighton.
It was a very typical day for him. He'd been to the shop earlier, he was walking his dogs.
Peter was picked up on CCTV at a local shop at 9:57 a.m. His car was spotted at 10:14 a.m, heading to the Heathland to walk his 2 dogs. 30 minutes later, his body was discovered.
Police emergency, how can I help you?
Mr. Wrighton's wallet was still on him. His car keys were still with him, making it unlikely that it was a robbery. The Heath really is a friendly area that people go for relaxation and just to walk dogs and just to get out and get some fresh air, etc. It's not somewhere where you would expect this level of violence.
Another potential theory was around other uses of the area. One dog walker who had used the area quite regularly had mentioned to police that he thought there was suspicious activity involving drugs and people buying drugs around that area.
Police quickly rule out a robbery gone wrong. So who would want to cause this quiet, friendly pensioner harm?
The majority of murders occur between people who know each other. And so an initial line of inquiry would be to establish those people who know him and anyone who may have any sort of grudge or dislike or whatever for Mr. Wrighton. You tend to work in concentric circles around the victim, and so you look very close and then you gradually branch out and expand your inquiry, eliminating people as you go.
Peter was quite reserved, he was quite quiet, because he was such a kind, gentle soul, and happily married to Anne. It didn't make any sense. How could somebody be so wicked? To pick on somebody so kind, so loving?
His son and daughter live away and could be easily established as not having been in the Norfolk area, so that would eliminate those family members. And therefore the police then need to look further outside the family unit and expand their inquiries.
You know, we tried to think about people that knew all of us. Could it be anybody that we knew?
Any other significant friendships or relationships before his move to the area?
And we came up with no's everywhere, so it had to be random.
With no obvious clues in Peter's past, police turned to the media and the public for help.
If members of the public have any information at all, and even if people think this is a small snippet of information, tell us, because it might be a small bit of information that's the final pieces of the jigsaw that we need. We're really, really keen for anybody that was in and around the area between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. on Saturday the 5th of August. This was an 83-year-old family man. It was a brutal attack with no known motive at this time, leaving behind a wife and children.
Another major line of inquiry is through the media to try to gain intelligence from and identify members of the public who may have been in the area at the time.
The police had appealed for information, and the initial amount of people coming forward with information was really, really high. We're talking about the hundreds.
It's important you get to people as soon as possible so that that image is as clear as possible in their minds.
Intensive questioning of local dog walkers starts to give police some leads.
That's the day of the murder. I came up the second day and the policeman said to me, "What are you doing here?" basically. I was a little bit scared because I thought perhaps maybe they would think it was me because my footprints would be on the soil here and everything and touch certain things, I guess, so forth. DNA, that sort of stuff, I guess. I don't know how that kind of works, but quite scary at the time.
Didn't sink in at first. And then when they're talking about, oh, it happened such and such, and I thought, well, I was in the forest then.
So as part of the appeals, initially the police were wanting to speak to 2 male individuals and gave very detailed descriptions.
Police rule out the 2 dog walkers. But Peter Bibby is pulled in for questioning.
I had an interview at work, an interview at home, where they took all fingerprints, DNA. That's it.
Good boy.
Even took DNA off the dog, took all my clothes.
Good boy.
Yeah, it was quite harrowing, but I suppose everybody's a suspect till you're proven innocent.
But unknown to Peter, something he had witnessed on the morning of the 5th of August was about to turn the investigation on its head.
It was a normal day over the heath. Met quite a few new people, which was quite nice, a few of the people that I used to know. Yeah, just a really nice, peaceful day. Yeah, this is the route that I took. I regularly walk this ridge, and this gate wasn't there at the time. So I would come along here, and then I turned down and walked back through the woods in a round circle. Saw somebody walking towards us, and he just didn't look right. He wasn't dressed for walking in the forest. He didn't have a dog. He wasn't with anybody else. It was just totally out of sync.
Through their inquiries, they identified another person who'd been dog walking on the heath at the time, who had spoken to someone who seemed out of place. Didn't seem to be dressed to be walking, didn't have a dog. You know, dog walkers tend to, it's not a uniform they wear, but they tend to dress in similar ways and know who looks in or out of place.
On his feet, he had like heavy-duty flip-flops and a pair of shorts and a T-shirt. Very smartly dressed and was totally out of character for walking dogs in the forest. We were both walking up wheel ruts of a car. So I was walking up the right-hand one, he was coming down the left-hand one. When we actually passed, he was about this far away from me. I could have put my hand out and touched him. If I hadn't said hello to him, he'd have definitely walked past me and wouldn't have given me the time of day. There was no chance of any eye contact, not even any feinted little glances. He had his head forward and he was just walking forward and ignoring everything. And then he went on, and then I was wondering to myself, what's he doing? Where's he going? It's not right.
He provided an e-fit of this person that became very key to the investigation later on.
I do regret not following him to see where he went. Yeah. And that's sort of like bugged me for a while.
Suddenly, police have a description of a man they believe could hold the key as to what went on that morning on the heathland. They release an e-fit. But who is this man? And is he a killer? The rural Norfolk countryside is still reeling 6 days after 83-year-old Peter Wrighton was murdered on the heathland while walking his dog.
Shocking events such as these have a significant impact on the community. One of the first things the local police inspector will do is a community impact assessment to try and reach out to the community and reassure them that the police are doing as much as they can to protect them and to resolve whatever the incident is that's happened.
Such a shock for this area because it's so safe and so sort of old-fashioned in a way. I guess you leave your doors unlocked, you have keys in your car, and no one expects you want to get murdered. It's just quite bizarre. Afterwards, people are quite scared of walking the dogs in the forest.
Police still have no suspects, no murder weapon, and no motive.
I think any time there has been a murder in these sort of circumstances and no one's been found, there's likely to be wariness, there's likely to be some people who sadly won't want to leave the house. That shock was always there, I think. It was random, it was unprovoked, it literally could happen to anybody.
It wasn't safe for any of us. If there's a murderer already, it's murdered Peter. Was it something personal or not? We didn't know. After the murder of Peter, I was very reluctant to leave the house.
Having turned to the public for help, police receive information about a man who had stood out on the heath on the morning of the murder.
I just saw his feet first, and I thought he's wearing like heavy-duty flip-flops. It's not the sort of attire that you'd think of going dog walking. Pair of shorts on. Most people don't wear shorts through there because of the nettles, bits of bracken and all sorts of stuff like that. He was walking with a purpose.
Police release an e-fit of the man described, and suddenly there's a breakthrough. Police receive a tip-off about a local man, 24-year-old Alexander Palmer.
So, following the police appeals, a psychiatrist who had worked with Alexander Palmer then came forward with some concerns around previous things that Palmer had said.
The psychologist told the police that when treating Alexander Palmer, he had ideations of violent attacks, often with a knife.
Palmer had talked about his desire to attack random people. The voice in his head he called Little Alex.
Once Alexander Palmer was known to the inquiry, he was allocated to a team of detectives as a person of interest. Having obtained a photograph from Facebook, it was immediately apparent that there was a very strong likeness with the e-fit that had been provided by one of the dog walkers.
So at the time we knew that Palmer was 24 years old and he lived in Cringleford in Norfolk, and he had previously been a part of the armed forces.
Having identified Alexander Palmer as a suspect, an arrest strategy was prepared and he was arrested at 4:40 the following morning.
News of the arrest quickly spreads.
I wasn't sleeping. Quite paranoid about it all. I always kept looking at my iPad, to see if there'd been any updates. And I think there's one at 3 o'clock in the morning, the first published Alexander's name. So I quickly thought I'd have a look at Facebook. And lo and behold, there he was. As soon as I saw him on Facebook, I realised that was him. Without a shadow of a doubt.
After Alexander was arrested, they'd informed Anne, and Anne informed us that someone had been arrested for it, which was a relief for us.
As part of the arrest strategy, having been brought into custody, various forensic samples and a DNA swab will have been taken from Palmer, which will have been fast-tracked to the laboratory to try to get a profile as soon as possible. Having an outstanding profile from Mr. Wrighton's trousers, they need to know as soon as possible whether there could be any link to Alexander Palmer.
With forensic evidence being processed, Palmer himself is brought in for questioning.
Alex, can I get you to introduce yourself, please? Alexander Hobbs Palmer. As I said, an e-fit was prepared from a description. Have a look at that. What would you say about that?
That's a pretty good likeness.
Alexander admitted that he had been in the area at the time.
During the first interview, Palmer revealed that he had been in the area. He said that he had travelled there and feeling depressed, he had stood there and had cried to himself and had walked about and then returned to his car, parked somewhere separately and had another walk and then left the area.
He was quite adamant about it, that he had not done it. He was not the killer. There was a Roman road that dissected the wood, and Mr. Wrightson had been killed on the west side of the road. Alexander said that he'd been on the east side at all times. I found him to be pretty calm, composed. He was intelligent.
Despite Palmer's denials, on the ground, detectives worked tirelessly to find evidence to link him to the crime.
You're looking for something that will link him to the scene, something that will link him to Mr. Wrighton. So you're going to look for any clothes that have been worn at any locations that he's been to, so a house, lockup, work, vehicles that he may have used, looking to seize as many items as possible to initially assess them and then send them for forensic examination.
And it isn't long before forensic investigations start to produce results.
It was the second day of interviews that the positive result on the DNA matching Alexander Palmer to the DNA profile found on the trousers, probably where he dragged Mr. Wrighton into the bushes, grabbing his trousers to pull him along.
What could be his DNA was found on Mr. Wrighton's trousers, and what could have been Mr. Wrighton's blood was found on the collar of a jacket that belonged to Alexander.
That was the main evidence to link Alexander Palmer to Peter Wrighton, and obviously that then entered into the interview strategy.
Can you explain to me why your DNA is on that man?
I'm afraid I can't without knowing.
You don't need to know. It's irrelevant where it is. You say you haven't met him. Why is your DNA on him?
For instance, I could have lost a hair follicle and caught on his shoe. That's just me speculating, but without knowing, I couldn't venture a guess.
Okay.
Police now have a DNA link between the two men, but need further proof linking Palmer to the crime.
A search of his car identified a map which had markings on it indicating the area of the heath, which is obviously of interest because it indicates some sort of pre-planning before going to the scene.
There was ANPR data, the number plate recognition, which put Palmer at the location at the day of the murder.
Some ANPR evidence had been recovered with Palmer driving his car in the morning when dropping his partner off in the city, which showed him apparently in a white or light-coloured shirt, and when he was seen picking her up in the afternoon, he was seen in a dark-coloured shirt. And yet his account was that he had been wearing the same clothes all day, but he appeared to have changed his clothing, and none of that clothing, which is highly likely to have been heavily bloodstained, was ever recovered.
Police believe they have irrefutable proof that Palmer killed Peter Wrighton, but they still don't know why or what with, and their suspect is now refusing to talk.
I'll ask you again, were you involved in the murder of Peter Wrighton? No comment.
He made it very clear that he was not guilty, was not responsible, and he hadn't done the killing. And that remained his position throughout.
Detectives analyse Palmer's phone records and come across a damning photograph.
It was established that he had bought a hunting-type knife, and in fact there was a picture of it, I think, on his phone. That picture of the knife was shown to the forensic pathologist, who confirmed that it could have caused the injuries.
Alexander Palmer is charged with murder. But what was his motive? And what drove him to kill? February 2018. And Alexander Palmer is standing trial at Nottingham Crown Court, accused of murdering Peter Wrighton in August 2017. A crime which had sent shockwaves through the small, close-knit community of East Harling.
I think my first initial thought was, whoever done this is a coward. The nature of the frenzy that murderer did. It was a cowardly act on an old man who's out walking dogs.
Totally shocked. I couldn't believe it because it's such a quiet and peaceful place. It just seemed incredible it could happen here. It just seemed impossible, really.
Prior to the court case, Palmer has to undergo psychological assessments to determine his capacity to stand trial.
I believe he's initially sent to Belmarsh Prison and then to Rampton for that assessment. And the question to be answered was Alexander Palmer mad or bad? Had he carried out this attack because of a mental illness that he was suffering from, or was he just a very violent and nasty person?
So who is Alexander Palmer?
When I first met Alexander, he was 24 years old. He'd been 23 at the time of the offence. He had no previous convictions, no cautions, no findings of guilt, no reprimands, nothing, so far as the police were concerned, that would suggest that he would commit such a violent offence. He'd served in the British Army till about 2015. He had trained and qualified as a commando, one of the few who actually qualified in his year. But there was one thing of note. In March of 2014, a fellow trainee had stamped on his head, and that was plainly the beginning of his mental problems. Because of that, he had been medically discharged from the army.
Throughout 2015, Palmer was treated as both an inpatient and an outpatient in mental health services, seen by several different psychologists. But one expressed concern to the police after seeing media appeals about the murder.
One of the people that contacted the control room was a psychologist who had worked previously with Palmer following an assault on Palmer whilst he was serving in the forces that had an effect on him.
And one piece of information comes to light which is particularly chilling.
The psychologist told the police that he had a dislike for dog walkers.
Dog walkers, he said, were a particular bugbear of his.
He was obviously suffering some mental health problems brought on by PTSD. He had some kind of grievance with dog walkers is the thing that stands out.
He had made disclosures about ideations around violence and a dislike of dog walkers.
Having been deemed fit to stand trial, the court hears how Alex had revealed on arrest that he heard voices in his head.
Palmer had talked about the voice in his head he called Little Alex.
Is there a different Alex?
Times, yes.
Okay, who's he?
He used to manifest himself as a physical hallucination, but now it's just a voice.
Is he still with us? Is he here today?
Yes.
Where is he now?
What is him here?
He's there, is he?
Palmer admits being on the Heathlands on the day of the murder.
So was Alex there that day? The other Alex?
He's always there, so
he's
yes.
always there, so he would have been with you, okay? Was he? Do you remember him talking to you on that day? You don't? But you say he talks to you every day?
Yes.
He's there laughing at you. But you say he doesn't tell you what to do. He doesn't force you to do things or anything like that.
Palmer, during the court case, had said that he had visited the woodland because he was feeling low, but didn't say that he'd been involved in the attack.
But the prosecution puts forward evidence linking Palmer to Peter Wrighton.
Several of Mr. Wrighton's clothes were sent for forensic examination, and they had identified DNA from a person on the leg of his trousers.
I believe there was DNA found on Mr. Wrighton as well, which linked Palmer to the murder.
The court also hears that on the morning of the murder, ANPR cameras picked up Palmer's black Ford Focus on the A11, heading towards the Heath. Mobile phone records reveal he is stationary on the area of the Heath from 10:19 a.m. for a period of 32 minutes and 55 seconds. His car is then picked up heading north on the A11. The whole journey, police believe, had been planned in advance.
A search of his car identified a map with the area marked out.
In fact, investigations reveal Palmer had completed the exact same journey 2 weeks prior to the murder. Had it been a practice run, or had he intended to kill on that day? Either way, it was Peter who found himself at the end of Palmer's wrath on that fateful day.
Why did you pick Peter?
Being that Peter's about my stature and a bit older than I am, Peter was easy prey for Alexander.
But did Peter actually try to help this man? We don't know. Nobody will ever know. Because this man won't say anything now. Did Peter try to help him? Peter suffered for it. We don't know.
It was also revealed that despite his age and smaller stature, Peter had tried to fight off his attacker.
He had what we would refer to as defensive marks on his hand. It would appear that he tried to grab the blade of the knife to stop his assailant.
It was unprovoked, and he was a very, very old man that couldn't defend himself. Alexander's quite a strong lad, you know, military background, very fit and able. Peter Wrighton could hardly stand up. I think very cowardly.
The prosecution revealed further evidence that Palmer had planned to kill. Police had found a notebook in a storage facility belonging to Palmer, in which it appeared he had written of his plans.
So in January of 2015, he said he was thinking of going for dog walkers. He said that he hated dog walkers and that if he did this, he would be up on a pedestal, up with the big ones. Everyone would look up to him. Everyone would know his name.
But while police did discover the notebook, there's one thing they never did find: the knife he used to kill Peter.
The prosecution case would be the steps that he had taken to get rid of any forensic evidence would indicate a knowledge of what he had done and an intention to cover up what he had done.
On the advice of his barrister, Palmer does not give evidence in his trial.
I explained to him that it's his case, his future, his liberty that's at stake, and that we act as a voice for him in the courtroom.
The notebook, DNA, witness statements, and the EFIT, as well as Palmer's medical records, are put to the court.
The prosecution case was a strong one. ANPR evidence in relation to his vehicle and cell site evidence in relation to his phone showed that he had been in the area at the relevant time. In addition to that, there was evidence from 2 eyewitnesses who had given descriptions of the person who was likely to have been Mr. Wrighton's attacker. And those descriptions were quite similar to the appearance of Alexander. One of those 2 witnesses had made an EFIT, and again, the EFIT was quite similar to Alexander's appearance. There was no direct evidence, but if you put all those matters together, it represents quite a strong case.
Having heard all the evidence, the jury retire to consider their verdict.
The trial came to a conclusion and the jury found Alexander Palmer guilty of murder.
When a jury decides after 49 minutes, I think there's obviously overwhelming evidence to suggest that Palmer was the person who carried out the murder. That was the one thing that stood out for me at the trial, is how quickly they decided that Palmer was guilty of the murder.
Despite evidence of Palmer's mental health problems, the judge ruled that he had meticulously planned the murder.
The statutory sentence is life imprisonment, but there is a recommendation from the judge, which in this case was 28 years. I would suggest that the fact that once convicted and imprisoned, he was sent to a normal prison rather than a psychiatric prison indicates that the assessment was that he was a violent and nasty person.
Good girl, good girl. Come on.
The dog walkers of East Harling will never forget the horrifying crime which leaves its mark on this close-knit community.
It's not the same in the forest here for months. People were not relaxed, they're very nervous, looking over the shoulder all the time. I was doing the same, actually, looking over your shoulder, seeing what cars were parked here. It was a very bizarre, kind of chilling feeling afterwards.
And for Peter Bibby, his brush with evil will live with him forever.
It was quite a scary thing, and it's all the what ifs. What if I had gone back? You know, would have changed things. I was walking straight forward to him. It could have been me.
Investigate an infamous case stage by stage to appreciate the full picture in OJ Made in America, available now on Sky Documentaries.
The lure of the bright city lights are appealing.
She was eager to start college. She was definitely going places.
But her dreams wouldn't get far.
They told us that she had been shot. I was shocked. I didn't believe it. I just fell out onto the ground.
It hurts, man. That's our only daughter.
Was she a random victim of urban violence?
It was maybe a drive-by shooting or something along those lines.
The city does have a gang problem.
Was the big city simply more than she could handle?
She was naive in a sense. There can be this sort of adrenaline rush.
Or did this small-town girl have secrets?
Well, what happens when the good girl meets the bad boy? She was gonna end up in jail or hurt really bad. You ain't gonna shoot.
Mississippi, a town of 50,000 that's about as close as Southeast Mississippi comes to a big city.
Hattiesburg is actually the 5th largest city in the state. Life in Mississippi is pretty similar to like other rural southern states. People are very family oriented.
People know everybody. In some of these small towns, you can leave your doors unlocked. You know, leave your windows open.
But Hattiesburg isn't like most of rural Mississippi. And a little before noon that Sunday, 27-year-old Tracy Bullock makes a panicked call to Lamar County 911.
911, what's your emergency?
Yes, my
Tracy stated that his girlfriend was shot.
Where is she shot?
She got shot in the head.
He said that they need to hurry up because she needed attention.
I'll send first responders to you now.
When a call comes into 911, there's a shooting or a robbery or something that's happening right then and there, it becomes a code 1, a priority. So they try to get officers there as fast as they can.
But will they get there in time to save 19-year-old Davisha Harris?
Hurry, please, hurry, she's bleeding. Davisha!
Before moving to Hattiesburg, Davisha Harris spent most of her life in tiny Gloucester, Mississippi. Population, 897.
The town has got like 8, 9 stop signs and no red lights.
We have just one grocery store. We have maybe 3 gas stations, and that's it.
The third of 4 children, Davisha was the only daughter.
All of them spoiled, but Davisha was the spoilest, I do believe. She would probably get maybe more gifts than the other kids. Her mother, Tasha, my wife, always say it's daddy's girl. Yeah, that's daddy's girl, but when it come down to my wife, anywhere my wife went, she was right along with her. Or she was gonna fall out crying because she couldn't go.
Davisha and I, we were very close. Pretty much we could talk about anything. She could come to me with anything.
She was always a happy-go-lucky young lady. Just beautiful inside and out.
And nearly everyone in their tiny town agreed.
She was very popular among her peers. Even adults knew Davisha in the community. She knew the grandmother, she knew the mother, she knew the cousins, even the out-of-town relatives. People that we didn't even know existed, Davisha knew them.
Davisha was the type of person, you go down the road, she allowed to let the window down and open the car door, hey, Lucy! That's the type of person she was, all over town.
She was a person that saw the beauty in everyone.
But what Davisha enjoyed most was making others laugh.
She was the jokester of the family, life of the party. She actually won class clown in her senior year.
You can't even get mad at her because as soon as you look at her, I bust out laughing. That was our relationship.
But despite her vibrant personality, Davisha was anything but worldly.
Davisha's parents sheltered her in a lot of ways.
Davisha rarely went anywhere. If she did, it was usually with me. She got a little older, we gave her a little room, but it wasn't very much.
She was not allowed to date while in high school.
Which may explain why after graduation, Davisha couldn't wait to go out on her own.
She was supposed to leave in August to go to community college here in Hattiesburg, but she came to me and her dad actually maybe 2 days after she graduated and said she wanted to go to summer school. I think she graduated May the 20th, and she left on May the 31st from home to Hattiesburg.
And once she was in the big city of Hattiesburg, there was no looking back.
Gloucester is like 900 people compared to 50,000 people in a town like Hattiesburg. For people like Davisha, who grow up in small towns like that, the lure of the bright city lights are appealing.
She was a small town girl looking to start her life as an independent adult just to see what the big city has to offer.
Davisha quickly came into her own.
She enjoyed going to college and working at a call center. She did well in both. She was a productive citizen. She was.
She also had big plans for her future.
Her mom is a nurse, so she always talked about being a nurse, following in her mom's footsteps.
She was planning on transferring into the nursing program.
She was definitely going places.
And she wasn't going alone. By the time she started her second year in college, she'd met Tracy Bullock.
It was her first serious romantic relationship.
She actually met him through a friend she met while attending college.
He was older and wasn't a student.
So what you going to school for?
I want to be a nurse like my mom.
He was very charismatic, charming.
And he was more than happy to show Davisha around town.
That was a sense of relief, like I'm not going through this alone. I find this guy that I've connected with and can kind of navigate life with, and that made her happy.
But no amount of guidance could steer Davisha clear of danger.
Hello? In a frantic call to 911, Tracy said Davisha's been shot.
Hurry, please, hurry, she's bleeding.
First responders raced to the scene. But there's little they can do for Davisha.
Police, help her! From your hand!
They found the victim with a apparent gunshot wound to the head.
When they checked her vitals, Davisha was already dead.
She's gone.
That's a tragedy, tragedy.
And according to Tracy, it was completely random.
He said a vehicle was driving through and actually shot up the apartment.
That was just shooting up the place.
He was saying that it could have potentially been gang violence.
Start college and get a job, and she did both when she moved here to Hattiesburg.
She also entered her first serious relationship with 27-year-old Tracy Bullock.
That was a lot of new transitions for a young person. And so to have someone that was older, much more experienced, made her happy.
But on October 15th, 2017, her young life, so full of promise, would end in tragedy.
Lamar County Sheriff Office received a call from 911.
Tracy called to say that Davisha had just been shot.
Hurry, please, hurry, she's bleeding.
By the time police arrived, she was already dead.
She's gone.
News of Davisha's murder quickly reaches her family.
My son called and said that her neighbor had messaged him through Facebook and told him that Davisha had been shot. And by the time I got up, he was calling right back and saying she was gone. She was dead. And at that point, I just fell out onto the ground.
While Davisha's family rushes to the apartment for answers, homicide detectives arrive at the scene and start to piece together what happened.
They had the victim, who of course suffered from an apparent gunshot wound, so they know the firearm was involved, but there was none at the scene. That makes it a little more difficult because you want to have that murder weapon.
They do locate Davisha's cell phone, however.
The phone was protected by a passcode.
They bagged and sent it to the crime lab so they could hopefully gain access to whatever was in the phone.
Sometimes that takes a little while to break into it.
Then, once their brief survey of the scene is complete, detectives turn to Davisha's boyfriend, Tracy, who was waiting outside the apartment.
He had been waiting in the back of the squad car ever since the first officers arrived on the scene.
As a detective, the first thing you want to do is talk to witnesses.
They told me she was dead.
I'm sorry, sir. Do you want to tell us what happened?
Yes, I saw the whole thing.
He said he heard tires squeal, and when he looked out the window, he saw a car coming down the street.
The passenger window rolled down, but I didn't see a gun.
However, according to Tracy, he did hear the shots.
Somebody was doing a drive-by shooting.
Could you see who was in the vehicle?
No. I didn't see anybody.
Your license plate number?
No. Soon as they started shooting, I hit the floor.
For detectives, it sounds like an all too familiar scenario.
Despite being a city of less than 50,000, Hattiesburg does have a gang problem.
It's kind of the central location between Mobile, Jackson, and New Orleans.
A lot of the drug trafficking between those larger cities passes through Hattiesburg.
But if this was a drive-by, who was the intended target?
Davisha was not one to be known for running around with gangs or any kind of criminal behavior.
She was a good girl, going to college.
Was she simply in the wrong place at the wrong time? Or was she with the wrong person?
While detectives were talking to Tracy, officers ran a search on his name in police records.
In doing interviews with witnesses, it's common to want to check their background just to see who you're talking to.
When the officer enters his name into the computer, something pops.
He was wanted on a warrant in Macomb, from where he originally from.
They were looking for him anyway.
Hey, detectives.
You're aware you got a warrant out for your arrest? Put your hands behind your back. What you doing?
He was arrested on the scene for violation of probation.
Detectives figured it was a way to keep tabs on him until they fully understood his involvement in the shooting.
The squad car carrying Tracy into custody has barely pulled away when Davisha's parents arrive on the scene.
Where's my baby?
He was gone by the time we got there. And I tried to make my way into the apartment to see my daughter, but they wouldn't let me.
They stopped us. They didn't want us to go in the apartment.
You try to be compassionate and explain to them that you're going to do everything that you can, and hopefully you can get to some answers at the end of the day, but it's still tough.
Once I figured out how bad it was, I'm glad I didn't. I didn't want to see my daughter like that, the situation where it was.
I want to remember like she was, you know.
At the scene, detectives try to interview Davisha's parents, but they're too distraught for a formal statement.
Emotionally, it was tough because there's our only daughter.
No parents expect to outlive your children. No one expects to have to bury their child.
But when Davisha's oldest brother arrives at the apartment, he agrees to speak with police.
Where's Tracy? The first thing he asked is, where's Tracy?
We have him in custody.
They had arrested Tracy at that time under other charges, though.
Should be trying to for murder.
Why's that?
He was not too fond of Tracy.
In fact, Davisha's brother said he'd had a tense encounter with Tracy just a few weeks earlier.
I wish he'd have whooped his ass.
Gating her murder, that he wouldn't be surprised if her boyfriend, Tracy Bullock, had something to do with it.
At this point, police already had Tracy in custody, but that arrest had nothing to do with the murder investigation.
He was arrested for a warrant that he had out.
However, detectives suspect Tracy may have been the true target of Davisha's killer.
She died in what Tracy described as a drive-by shooting.
Why do you think he's involved?
The guy's bad news.
Although, according to Davisha's brother, he'd only met Tracy once.
It was just 2 weeks before the murder.
He had a cell phone charger that Davisha wanted to borrow.
He lives in Hattiesburg as well, and he was gonna take her charger.
He just went to her home just to see if she was there to drop it off.
That's when Davisha's brother noticed their mother's car in the parking lot.
She had borrowed my car because we had to change a flat out on her car.
She'd gotten a flat while she was back home in Gloucester over the weekend.
Being such a small town, there wasn't no repair shop there to take care of it, so we just switched cars to let her come back to Hattiesburg to come to school and work.
But when her brother noticed someone was smoking in the car, he was furious.
He's wondering what's going on when he saw this stranger sitting in his mother's car smoking marijuana.
He was sitting in the car smoking dope, chilling with the air on like he owned it.
My oldest son, he actually recorded, sitting in the car with the windows up and stuff. And he sent us a picture back to tell us what the guy was doing in the car, and he wasn't pleased with it.
Oh! What are you doing?
So Davisha's brother confronted Tracy.
Not that he knew who Tracy was at the time.
No one in the family knew about the relationship.
None of us had met him officially or met him, so we didn't know his name, He opened the door and asked him to get out the car and asked him what was he doing, smoking marijuana and music up loud, blasting.
Who the hell are you? This is my mom's car. Well, you best to get the running to her.
When we got him out of it, the dude still was kind of disrespectful.
He got out of the car and proclaimed that it was his girlfriend's car. He can do whatever he wants to do.
That's how we found out who he was.
I don't care who you are. Don't be smoking in my mom's car. You gonna make me?
He and my oldest son did have some words.
Tracy, it's okay. It's okay.
In the midst of those words, Davisha came and got in between them.
I don't know. She didn't want to see his brother go to jail or was in love with this fool. I don't know.
Davisha's brother says he'd let it go.
I guess since he's my sister's boyfriend, he kind of had permission.
Before he left, he did have a word with his sister.
That brother was like, sister, are you sure this is what you want?
The behavior that my son has saw that wasn't acceptable to any of us,
He was smoking weed and, doing the things that they didn't care to be around.
I'm not a baby anymore.
I know.
I can look after myself. Go inside.
Davisha felt like that he just didn't want her with anybody, but that wasn't the case, in that scenario, that wasn't the case. It was what he was doing.
So that's why you think he has something to do with it?
Yeah.
It was just a hunch.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, something ain't right.
Detectives don't entirely disagree, but their suspicion of Tracy is based on something more concrete than him smoking marijuana or being disrespectful to Davisha's brother.
Despite Tracy's claim that Davisha was killed in a drive-by, there was no evidence to support that.
There were no bullet holes, no shell casings.
Not a single one.
It didn't make any sense.
He didn't even try to even come up with a plausible lie.
Death wasn't due to a drive-by shooting, as her boyfriend Tracy Bullock claimed.
There were no bullet holes in the couple's apartment building.
Detectives couldn't find any shell casings in the street either.
When they canvassed the neighbors, none of them said anything about a car driving through and shooting things up.
The evidence don't support there was any kind of drive-by.
Which means that Tracy has some explaining to do.
From the crime scene, detectives head back to the county jail, where Tracy is waiting in a holding cell.
Detectives had already taken him into custody for an outstanding warrant.
When confronted with the inconsistencies between his drive-by story and the conditions at the crime scene, Tracy admits that he'd lied.
Okay, man, it wasn't a drive-by shooting. It wasn't, okay?
Well, why'd you say it was?
Because I know how y'all work.
He didn't tell the truth because he had this distrust for the police. Mississippi has its fair share of challenges as it relates to racial issues around policing.
Okay, so who shot her then?
I don't know.
Tracy says that instead of a drive-by, it had all started with a knock at their door.
You expecting somebody?
Nope.
He said that when he opened the door, there was a man on their doorstep with a gun.
Tracy said he ducked and slammed the door.
And the shooter didn't try to come in?
No. He must have ran off.
The way Tracy told the story, it sounded like someone tried to put a hit out on him.
But according to Tracy, the would-be hitman missed their target.
Davisha! Oh my God.
But you don't know who the shooter was?
Dude had a hoodie on.
Detectives aren't sure if he's lying about the shooter's identity.
Given his criminal record, there may be a connection that Tracy doesn't want the detectives digging into.
Or is it simply his drive-by shooting story all over again?
The passenger window rolled down, but I didn't see a gun.
The police catch him in the lie. His story changes. Okay, somebody came to the door, knocked on the door, and he was shooting at me, but it was nothing to substantiate that.
The next day, when detectives finally sit down with Davisha's parents, they have no doubt that Tracy is lying about the mysterious hitman.
They saw the red flags. They had the concerns in the weeks, the months leading up to her death. And so for them, it was like, no, we know who is responsible.
So, what sort of red flags?
Well, first of all, her finances, for one thing.
When she get paid on Fridays, she'll provide everything she needed up to the time for her to get paid again. But we noticed where she would come home on Fridays, she wouldn't have money to get back to Hattiesburg on Sunday.
Me taking food out, I'll freeze the refrigerator, take it back. Like, you working, why you need all this here?
She didn't respond at all, She didn't have anything much to say.
But the answer became clear a couple of weeks before the homicide.
That's when Davisha's brother found out she had a boyfriend.
We still didn't know his name at that point, but he was sitting in my car, smoking marijuana with the windows up, with the music on loud.
It didn't give her parents a good impression of Tracy.
They got to figure that, he was using her.
She started saying, I want you to meet him, and that's when I started questioning her about who is he, where does he work? And when she gave me those answers, I told her I wouldn't be interested in him because he was much older than she was, and he didn't have a job, so I'm not interested.
Just meet him. I know you'll like him. I don't think so.
Mom! He didn't fit the standards of what we had raised her for, and what we had raised her around and what her dad showed her what a man was supposed to be. That's what I told her up front.
I told her, Davisha, I don't like him. I don't like what he's doing.
There wasn't the kind of boyfriend that she would want to get involved with. You know, there was going to be one or two things, you know, trouble where she was going to end up in jail with him, you know, by being caught by the police or being hurt really bad.
Mom, I knew you would say that.
I think she knew I wasn't going to be pleased with it.
It may have also been what attracted Davisha to a bad boy like Tracy in the first place.
She was naive in a sense because we had sheltered her so much. She hadn't been introduced to any of those things.
Young ladies that have been somewhat sheltered for so long, when they get a taste of freedom, that appeal of being with someone that I know my parents would not necessarily approve of can be very captivating. And so there can be this sort of adrenaline rush, or there can be this sort of thrill, whether it's the healthiest decision or not.
But while her parents didn't approve of Tracy, they tell detectives they didn't push Davisha to end the relationship.
I knew if I'd have stayed and harped on the situation, it was just gonna push her closer to him. So I was trying to give her the time to see what was going on, wake up to what was going on.
Despite that, as her father predicted, Davisha had continued to see Tracy.
I think it strengthened their relationship at the time, and it actually became a us against them. I think that was the turning point in why he felt so comfortable with some of the behaviors that he demonstrated thereafter, because he had psychological control and emotional control over her at that point.
And now that Davisha is dead, her parents are convinced that they'd been right about Tracy.
Those parents did, I'm sure, what they thought was best at the time. Again, there were red flags.
I was considering death by somebody else hurting her, you know, being caught up in crossfire with him some kind of way, you know. It never came to me as him actually killing her.
But now you think he did.
Yes.
But why would he do that?
Because she finally came to her senses. She wanted to leave him.
I believe she told him that his honey hole is dried up. It's time for him to go.
They think Bullock was not willing to accept rejection, and he took things to the extreme.
I think that's exactly what happened. I go to the grave with that.
It's a compelling theory. Only there's one problem.
There was no evidence that Tracy had been violent or threatening toward Davisha.
But that all changes when the crime lab finally cracks the passcode on Davisha's phone.
She had everything in her phone with the ARG and everything else that was going on.
Hey, come here.
It's an indication that she knew that this was an issue. She knew that, like, this is an unsafe situation.
Look at this.
Because one video taken less than 48 hours before the murder showed Tracy with a gun.
It was Friday night, pointing it toward her, you know.
You ain't gonna shoot.
Bullock on Davisha's phone.
They found a video with Mr. Bullock pointing a gun at the victim.
Davisha had recorded the video less than 48 hours before her murder.
This absolutely demonstrates someone who was incredibly reckless, careless, impulsive, and honestly had no regard for Davisha's life. Even if the intent in that moment was not to pull the trigger, to put the gun in her face, that was an act to intimidate, an act to really incite fear.
But does that mean he'd eventually follow through on his threat?
Davisha's parents believed Tracy killed her because she told him she was going to leave him.
I believe she actually woke up and seen the light. She stepped to him and told him it was over, get, gone, where you gonna go or whatever.
When someone decides to leave an abusive relationship, that's when things are most dangerous.
For many abusers, experiencing that sense of lack of control can feel incredibly threatening for them. And that's when we see like the lashing out. That's when we see the very impulsive behaviors, things becoming physical, things becoming violent and aggressive.
Did that explain why Davisha recorded the incident?
She could have been thinking about needing evidence or documentation for a potential restraining order. Like if she had made up in her mind that this is it, I have to end this relationship. She could have been thinking very future focused. I'm going to have to put some things in place legally to protect myself. That's the first thing that comes to mind when I think about the fact that she had video.
Was it too little too late? For the moment, detectives are still far from proving it.
The case against Tracy was entirely circumstantial.
But it does get stronger when detectives receive the results of Davisha's autopsy and confirm the cause of death.
According to the medical examiner, it was a close contact wound to the head.
There's some stippling around the wound.
Stippling is where unburnt powder strikes the skin around the gunshot wound.
That tells them that it was up close and personal.
Which isn't how Tracy described the shooting in his second statement.
He said Davisha was some distance behind him when he ducked out of the would-be assassin's way.
After the autopsy was done, all of those things just proved to be untrue.
Most important for investigators, the autopsy also recovers the bullet that killed Davisha.
If they can find a weapon, they can use that ballistic evidence to match it back to that gun.
The caliber of the bullet appeared to be from the same gun that Tracy had in the video, but without ballistics testing, detectives couldn't prove it was the same gun.
They can solve this case possibly with the circumstantial evidence that they have, but there's nothing like cold hard evidence, that smoking gun. So that's what they need to find.
Until they do, all Davisha's family can do is wait and gather to say goodbye.
The homegoing celebration, it was more people there that I'd never seen before in my life. I mean, the church was full.
I think our church at that time held like 400 or 500. It was full. We had chairs down the aisle.
There was not a seat vacant for anybody. Like, it was a full house. There were people in the aisles. There were people standing up in the back of the church.
And that just showed me that she was well loved and well respected. You know, only 19 years old, they have all these type of people showing up.
The outpouring of love for Davisha is little solace, knowing that the man they believe is her killer is yet to be charged with murder.
The amount of frustration and just pain and anger that they felt in that moment, I'm sure, was unbearable. It's like, no, this is the person who did this, a person who needs to be held accountable, like he's right here.
The guy took her life. The videos are self-explanatory.
You could actually see where he had the gun that Friday night.
But where was the gun now? Detectives are at a loss for where to begin their search.
At this point in the investigation, the detectives, they don't have that smoking gun. That's a key piece of evidence that's missing.
Fortunately, detectives won't have to search hard to find it.
All this time, Tracy was still in jail for the probation violation.
And that could prove his undoing after a cellmate of Tracy's at the Lamar County Jail reaches out to the detectives.
It's not uncommon for that to happen, and sometimes we just have good luck.
The informant said that while they shared a cell, Tracy had talked about Davisha's murder.
He's telling me about how he killed this girl.
He gives them a lot of information about the case. And some of the information is information only the person that did the murder would know.
Including what Tracy had done with the murder weapon.
He told me where he hid it.
To him all about how he'd killed his girlfriend, Davisha Harris.
He's in jail, telling his cellmate what he did and what he did with the murder weapon.
And this other inmate decided to talk to investigators and give them information. And the reason why he would want to do that is to possibly get some time off his own sentence.
It's a huge break in the case, if it's the truth.
Following up on the tip, detectives searched where the informant said Tracy had disposed of the gun.
And he gave the exact location where the gun would be.
It appeared to be a match for the gun Tracy had in Davisha's cell phone video.
But is it really the murder weapon?
When the crime lab compared the gun with the bullet recovered during Davisha's autopsy, it was a match.
It's news Davisha's family has been waiting to hear.
The investigators actually called us and told us they had found the weapon. They knew that he killed Davisha, so it was going to actually be murder.
As a detective, the best thing about this job is being able to come to them and give them that closure.
That sense of closure proved short-lived, however.
The prosecutor felt like the case wasn't strong enough for a murder conviction.
Rather than pursue murder charges, they offered Tracy the opportunity to plead to manslaughter.
Manslaughter is something that happened in the heat of the moment. It could be an argument, an altercation, which caused the suspect to kill the victim.
In other words, if you were in the heat of passion, again, just based on human being, human nature, you're not in your right mind.
Tracy takes the deal, admitting that he shot Davisha in the middle of an argument.
I'm done. You need to leave.
For what?
I'm done. I'm done with this and I'm done with you.
I ain't going nowhere.
Oh, okay. Big man with a gun.
Oh, you don't think I'd do it?
I know you won't.
He was someone that was spiraling. He was rapidly unraveling.
For Davisha's family, Tracy's plea deal is a slap in the face.
A lot of emotions was tied up. Anger, disappointment, just pain, you know. It was just unrealistic pain. It was like just almost living that heartache over again, that initial heartache.
When your loved one has been in a situation where they've had that person brandish a gun, threaten them when there's video footage to show it, it's kind of difficult to accept that he was just angry or jealous in the moment.
You took her life. And to me, in my opinion, it was premeditated.
At Tracy's sentencing hearing, Davisha's family makes it clear they consider the plea deal a travesty of justice.
They would read the impact statement to him of how we actually felt about it, about this whole situation. And he was just this punk ass, too scared to even turn his head and look and listen. I told him, won't you turn your head and look at me while I'm talking to you, mother. But he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it.
He was sitting there shaking his dress and kind of laughing at us, you know, smiling at us, you know, like, I beat this case, you know, like, I've got over on y'all. Y'all not getting what y'all thought y'all was gonna get. You know what I'm saying? Because we will always think justice will be revealed.
Will a father's impassioned statement and Tracy's apparent contempt for the process have an impact on the judge?
The judge himself, he asked the DA 3 times, is this all you charge this man with all the evidence I see here? He asked the DA 3 times. The DA said yes.
And in the end, the judge honors the terms of the plea and sentences Tracy to 15 years.
He was let off lightly, and it was not fair. I was very angry when I heard about it.
I have nothing for the legal system now, you know, it's just, they just let us down. It's like we didn't matter to them, that she didn't matter, and she does matter.
We're talking about a 19-year-old young lady who had her entire life ahead of her, who was just starting to really establish herself, really starting to understand what it even means to be independent and to be an adult, and to have her life senselessly taken away from her. I don't think she nor her family received justice.
He still gets to get out, create a family, and just live his life, and she wasn't able to do that.
The Harris family is going to be affected forever. Forever and ever.
I'm coping, day by day I'm coping, but you never forget it.
Although Davisha's parents do hope that her story will allow others to avoid a similar fate.
Someone starts to physically abuse you, verbally abuse you emotionally, You need to get out the relationship as fast as you can. Tell somebody.
When you see these red flags, when you see these warning signs, take them to heart.
Let somebody know. If it's not your parents or your siblings, somebody you respect that's older. Let them know so this situation won't happen again.
But they also see Davisha's story as a cautionary tale for parents.
Teach your child to always be mindful of the company they keep or the individual they want to date.
Her being naive played a part, not realizing what she was stepping into, the danger what she was stepping into.
Because what you lose can be more than any family can bear.
She's a sweet person. You know, it's truly missed by all.
She wasn't here for a long time, but she definitely left her mark.
And later, in Dayton, Ohio, after a series of run-ins with the law, Tonisha Harris turns over a new leaf to provide for her family.
She was working so hard. As a single parent, she really didn't have time for love.
That is, until a new man enters her life, and he asks her to help clean up his dirty deeds.
She fell to the ground and was dead almost immediately.
She had never gone this far, but he was willing to take her over the edge.
A child of the state in Pensacola, Florida, Kaisha Pugh has little contact with her parents.
She really didn't have a lot of guidance because her mother was not really there, so she really had a lot of disadvantages growing up.
They placed her into foster care, so she was kind of like lost, and she didn't know really what really happened until she felt like she did something wrong.
It's really easy for kids' abandonment issues to put them at risk for situations that are abusive.
In fact, the young girl's problems follow her all the way through her teen years.
She was required to attend an alternative school for those individuals with learning challenges.
Kaisha makes the most of it under the circumstances and tries to have as normal a high school life as possible.
She went to the prom, and she went to a couple dances. She graduated.
After she turns 18, the graduate departs foster care, and she reconnects with her mother.
She was very happy. She thought that this would be an opportunity where she could foster the relationship with her mother that she wanted, and even took it to the point where they moved in together.
I believe her mother had took some classes and stuff with parenting and had improved, and she started making better decisions for her when she returned home.
But the newfound stability doesn't keep her from getting into hot water.
Kaisha got involved in shoplifting, for which she was subsequently arrested.
Lucky for the first-time offender, the judge shows leniency. After being charged with petty theft, her case is dismissed when she successfully completes an anti-shoplifting course.
She was required to attend on-the-job training, which gave her the opportunity to develop some work skills to acclimate her to the workforce.
You're able to work part-time. She was at a thrift store, and she gained responsibility.
Her co-workers soon learn that Kaisha is very trusting and quick to follow anyone that shows her the slightest kindness, especially men.
I don't believe she had a lot of luck with men because she dated late, and I think that anyone that showed her attention, she fell for.
Kids who grow up without any strong emotional bonds often feel that they don't belong, and so they'll latch on to any person or any situation, no matter how appropriate or inappropriate, in order to be able to develop feelings of love and acceptance.
Over the next few years, Kaisha shifts from one relationship to the next and ends up having 3 children from different men.
And she didn't really have a lot of support.
And then she started losing more and more confidence, and then she just started drifting.
It's really important for anyone, but in this particular case, mothers, to feel focused, because if they go down the wrong path or they feel down, they start to develop very negative and destructive habits.
Try as she might, the cycle repeats itself when she falls on hard times and her children are taken away from her, just like when she went into the system years ago.
She would say, well, I don't want to be like my mama. She said, I want to have my kids. I want to raise my kids. I want to be with my kids.
It's a tough blow to Kaisha, so she starts to clean up her act by attending church so it looks good for the courts.
And she wanted to get a job.
When she was on the road to try to get her life back together, she fought diligently to try to get her children back.
But all of her plans get put on hold when she meets 26-year-old Anthony Presley.
Anthony and Kaisha met at the bus station, and she was happy because she wasn't in a relationship.
Oh, she fell for him very hard. His looks and charm and his streetwise ways were something that she did not know how to handle. And based on the fact that she was looking for that type of attention and affection, especially from a man.
Some late bloomers, when they get involved in relationships, may tend to either not recognize or be in denial about the warning signs, most likely because they just don't have the proper experience to be in a healthy relationship.
Turns out, Anthony's rap sheet goes back 10 years, and Kaisha doesn't seem to mind his less than stellar past. Soon, rumors of attempts to dominate and humiliate her make the rounds among her family and friends.
Even going so far as demanding her to strip naked in front of his friends as an exercise of his control.
Go on, strip.
And then he was like, "You're nothing but a effing slut." She, was upset, and she cried, but he didn't care. And I'm like, it was just very disrespectful.
He didn't have no emotional feelings for her. And so that's the reason why he felt that she would do what he tell her to do.
Some women tend to see their guys or boyfriends' controlling behaviors as being loving behaviors, but in fact it's the opposite of that, in that they're treated as objects instead of people and are often mistreated in that kind of a process.
Even though he did the thing that he did, she still trusted him and she still loved him. Couldn't tell her anything different.
Despite his questionable behavior, the two become an item, and Anthony introduces her to his cousin Gregory Williams and Gregory's new girlfriend, Melinda McCormick.
Gregory and Melinda had only been together a few months, and all four of them would enjoy each other's company and go over Melinda's house and hang out from time to time.
As Gregory and Melinda get to know each other better, he learns about a dark chapter in her life that is finally turning around.
Not too long before this, Linda suffered a car accident and she was expecting a large sum of money on her Social Security card.
Soon after, Anthony listens intently as his cousin spills the beans and a dark plot brews.
Well, they intended to beat Melinda and take her property and money.
Anthony wants Kaisha's help, and he's willing to tell her just about anything to get it.
I think they had the plan set, but then added Kaisha in as an assistant and just told her that they were getting the money that they owed from the lady.
But she has no idea what she's about to do will start a firestorm that will burn through countless lives.
This was a brutal and heinous crime, and a callous individual who has no concern for anyone else.
She did pretty much anything.
Plot cooked up by bad boy boyfriend Anthony Presley and his cousin Gregory Williams. Their mark? Gregory's unsuspecting girlfriend, Melinda McCormick, who's coming into a financial settlement.
Gregory was behind wanting to get the money, but since he knew so much about Melinda's life and where she hid the money and her routine.
Gregory informed Anthony as far as the layout of the house, the amount of money that he expected her to be receiving, where she normally keeps her credit cards and things of that nature, as well as her Social Security checks.
Kaisha agrees to help.
He would always tell her to do things and she would do it. So if he needed assistance, what right person will be there that's gonna do what you tell them to do?
They probably didn't even tell her that plan. They probably didn't let her know a lot of things. They just leaded her the way to go with them.
Just like some people can be blinded by greed, others can be blinded by love and not think clearly or know what it is that they really want. And that's why they'll go to very extreme measures in order to keep that relationship.
On the eve of Easter Sunday, the gang chooses their weapons in preparation for the impending attack.
The trio went to Gregory's mother's house where they armed themselves with a variety of blunt objects. Kaisha had a lead pipe, Anthony had a crowbar, and Gregory had an hammer.
Not only is she showing her devotion, but she's demonstrating that she's willing to just gamble away her future and her freedom.
Around midnight, they place the items in a duffel bag and head over to Melinda's. An unsuspecting Melinda has no idea what lies in wait outside her door.
She opened the door and let these friends in as usual. However, once she turned her back, Gregory pounced on her and began choking her out on the floor.
Next, Kaisha proves to Anthony just how down she is.
Kaisha stepped over her friend and began beating her in the head, prompting Melinda to cry out.
Relentless in their assault, the three take turns beating her, each with their respective tools.
The torture that she went through and the weapons that they used was very devastating.
Kaisha shows no restraint as she beats Melinda.
So therefore, if you're there, everybody participates, or else you're considered a weak link. So if she didn't participate and show that she was fully committed to this incident, she might have been the next victim herself.
She never been through that experience, you know, with somebody beating somebody. I think she was more scared and in a state of shock.
Melinda suffers over 40 blows to her head, but still holds on for dear life.
This was probably the most horrifying thing that a person can imagine, being beaten to death. Over and over again, blows raining down on your head until you lose consciousness and all hope of any survival.
Once she is subdued, the three ransack the house, looking high and low for her Social Security benefits card and anything else of value they can get their hands on.
During the beating, I believe that they were going around the house looking for the items, looking for the CDs, DVDs, and trying to find the Social Security card.
She wasn't alone as being a father and being scared. She was doing what her man asked her to do.
The card is nowhere to be found, so they make the hasty decision to burn the place down.
I guess they made a decision that they was gonna kill her.
After ransacking her apartment, Anthony directed Kaisha to burn the sheets while he went around and set the house on fire while Gregory watched.
Once they get to the point of no return, they know that they've got to go through the entire plan or risk getting caught. And if one goes down, then they all go down.
In a matter of minutes, the flames consume everything in their path.
As the fire raged throughout the house, Kaisha grabbed the duffel bag with all the items they had stolen from Melinda, and the three of them left to Anthony's mother's house.
They beat her and they put her on fire and they left.
Inside, Melinda still clings to life.
Melinda's battered and broken body was left on the floor to burn up while the house was consumed in flames around her.
And later, in Dayton, Ohio, single mother of three, Tanisha Harris, stands by her lover after he asks her to do the unthinkable.
There was blood everywhere, and she realized she had to clean it up, that it was a bloody mess.
Being the ride-or-die chick that she is, she immediately was going to come to the
McCormick's Pensacola apartment ablaze in a botched robbery attempt with her in it. They frantically destroy evidence that can tie them to the fiery scene.
They went to Anthony's mother's house and burned their clothes, except for the 2 camouflage jackets that the men were wearing. They disposed their shoes in a dumpster around the corner and did all of this so that they could possibly avoid detection by the police.
Caught in the moment of the crime or the behavior, they may overlook details that may come back to haunt them later on.
Back at Melinda's, a neighbor smells smoke coming out of the apartment and calls 911. The Escambia Fire Department is the first to arrive and makes a horrifying discovery. Melinda's torment had not ended with her beating.
They found the apartment engulfed in flames, and they were able to find Melinda's body inside and were able to make a determination that she was not dead at the time the fire was started.
Her death is ruled a homicide as investigators swiftly try to identify her killer.
The apartment complex had surveillance footage which showed, prior to the time of the fire being started, 3 individuals walking to her apartment. The surveillance footage also showed 3 individuals leaving that apartment.
They had on big coat, and it was like somebody was hiding something in the coat, and they was walking real fast out of the property and was looking back.
The police check with neighbors who give them valuable leads as to who the 3 perpetrators are.
Based on their frequent visits to the neighborhood, they were easily identified as being visitors to Melinda's apartment, which made them persons of interest.
Safe at home, the couple sifts through their spoils.
They were able to come up with a few items of value, DVDs, CDs, jewelry, and effects of that nature, but they were not able to find Melinda's Social Security benefits card, which was the goal of the operation.
Kaisha was led by her heart, and so things just went out of control when they didn't get what they were looking for. Now they have little or nothing to show for the murder that they committed.
The next day, detectives catch a lucky break when a friend of Melinda's comes forward with some information of his own.
Melinda's ex-boyfriend was able to identify the 3 of them.
Investigators obtain a search warrant for Anthony's mother's house, where he lives, and inside they find the 2 camo jackets similar to what the perpetrators were wearing on surveillance video.
The camouflage jackets that had DNA on it that matched Melinda, therefore tying them to the crime.
In addition to the camo jackets, police also find 2 of the perps, Anthony and Gregory, and they bring them to the station for questioning. Very quickly, they implicate Kaisha as the 3rd attacker.
Many people have their come-to-Jesus moment in the interrogation room, and all kind of secrets and stories are told to keep themselves out of trouble.
Later that day, Kaisha's arrested at her mother's house without incident.
She was very scared and crying, and they took her in. Whenever she did get arrested, she told the truth of how it happened.
The days of standing by her man are over once she sits down on the interrogation chair and starts spilling the beans.
She said that she was there, and she described the materials that they hit her with, and she gave them step by step of what happened from the beginning to end.
I think at that point she was more scared of police than she was of Anthony. And as a result, she knew that the only way that she could save her life and possibly escape the death penalty was to come clean and give Anthony up.
It's enough for investigators to charge the 3 collaborators with first-degree murder and first-degree robbery.
Once the pressure of the authorities came down on these 3, they cracked like eggs and sang like birds.
Kaisha sees no other way than to try to save herself. She takes a deal and pleads no contest to second-degree murder and arson. She tells the court that she was afraid Anthony and Gregory would kill her and her family if she did not help them.
It was a threat thing with her, and she was scared.
Based on her tumultuous relationship with Anthony, she really didn't have an out.
I believe that she was afraid of him and of what he would do to her if she didn't participate.
At sentencing, the court shows no mercy, and Kaisha receives 2 concurrent 30-year sentences. Anthony Presley pleads no contest to second-degree murder and arson and receives a total sentence of 60 years. Gregory Williams tries his luck with a jury, and they unanimously find him guilty of first-degree murder. His arson charges are dropped, and he receives a life sentence. Keisha Pugh was hoping her love and devotion would keep her close to her man, but that relationship only went up in flames. Next, Tanisha Harris tries to prove she's her man's main squeeze by getting her hands dirty for love. In Dayton, Ohio, a young Tanisha has always pushed the boundaries set by the grandmother who raised her.
Tanisha's grandmother was very protective of her, and they were Jehovah's Witness. So that meant there were restrictions on what she could wear, what she could do, and she really didn't have a life outside of that house.
And the older she gets, the harder it is to rein her in.
She began to rebel against the principles that her grandmother taught her.
Rebel against her religion and began to turn into the good girl gone bad.
By the time she's an adult, she transitions from breaking curfew to breaking the law.
When she was 22 years old, she had been in trouble for forgery. She was wanted by police for stealing a car and also illegally handling a firearm.
When children grow up in a very strict household and they get that taste of freedom, they sometimes just go buck wild because it's really new to them.
Bad behavior and several bad relationships later, Tanisha finds herself alone and the mother of 3 young children. Now a single mom, she focuses on supporting her brood any legal way she can.
Tanisha had only a high school diploma, which limited a lot of the jobs that she can get.
She was trying to turn her life around and become a better example for her 3 kids. She wanted to make sure they had a better future.
She was a cashier, she worked as a housekeeper, and even an icer at a local bakery.
Part of being a parent is learning how to put the needs of your children before your own needs. Some parents learn to do this in time. Some, it takes them a very long time. And there are some who just never learn that most valuable lesson of parenting.
With all her hard work, Tanisha's life seems to be getting back on track. But without a partner to share the burden, she finds herself increasingly lonely.
As any single parent, you're going to be busy. And when you have 3 children, that takes up all of your time pretty much.
So when 26-year-old Antoine Anderson enters the picture, she believes she can finally have her cake and eat it too.
The day she met Antoine, things changed for her. She saw a kindred spirit in him. She was quite smitten with this young man.
They soon learn that their similar experiences give them a special bond.
Antoine had an unsavory past. He had some run-ins with the law, but so did Tanisha.
He had actually been arrested about 6 times for a myriad of crimes, resulting in convictions for felonious assault and robbery. His past only draws them closer. Together, these former outlaws will kick their wild child pasts into high gear.
He called Tanisha in a frenzy and has the audacity to ask her to help clean up the crime scene.
She was going to ride with him until the wheels fell.
26-year-old Antoine Anderson bond over their criminal past.
They really wanted to work hard at building a great future together.
Opposites attract is not the only rule of thumb when it comes to love. As a matter of fact, statistics show that people who come from the same backgrounds actually do better in relationships.
Tanisha can't believe her luck when she learns that Antoine is not only handsome and charming, but likes children.
Most men would actually be scared of dating someone with multiple kids, but not Antoine.
Here's a guy who's flirtatious, who's giving her the attention she wants, and he's not bothered by the fact that she has 3 kids.
He actually relished the time that he spent with the kids. He began to take on a fatherly figure role with them and try to spend every moment he could with Tanisha and her family.
The lonely mom has finally found a love she hopes will last forever.
Antoine seemed like a perfect catch. Her kids loved him, she loved him, and it seemed like this was the guy.
He gave her the one thing she always wanted, which was family.
But there's still one thing that he can't give her: fidelity. And she's okay with that.
Tanisha was working multiple jobs. She had 3 kids that she had to tend to. And Antoine took this as an opportunity to spend time in the bed with the side chick.
When a woman has been craving attention for some time, they're often blinded to the fact that the person they are attracted to is really bad news.
The fact that she was willing to share him with another woman showed you how desperate she was for love.
Like Tanisha, 25-year-old Nichelle McKnight also finds herself attracted to Antoine's charismatic charms.
When Tanisha was at work, Antoine would see Nichelle.
Nichelle was an Air Force reservist and single mom to a 4-year-old son named Zayden. He became a master at splitting his time between the 2 women.
Still, at the end of the day, Antoine would always come home to Tanisha.
She was willing to put up with his infidelity as long as she remained his number 1.
When a man is involved in 2 relationships, quite often there is the main one, the one that we call in street vernacular, the main squeeze. And for Antoine, Tanisha was that person. That's the one who was not only primary, but the one he didn't want to lose.
And to keep his number 1 gal completely happy, Antoine gets an idea where they can both get something out of his extracurricular love life.
Nichelle had a pretty good income, and he started to capitalize off of it. to steal her bank accounts, to steal her credit cards, and to get all of that information so he could actually siphon through and get some money.
So one day, when she wasn't looking, he walked up to her purse and grabbed her debit card. Once he got the card, he immediately gave it to Tanisha.
Tanisha was not willing to push back because she was hard up for cash. She wanted money, and this was free money. And not only was it free, it was from his side chick.
The fact that Tanisha knew that she was the main squeeze and Nichelle had no clue that Tanisha was in the picture gave Tanisha a sense of power and yet another secret that she could share with Antwon.
She and Antwon go shopping at department stores throughout Dayton, and also withdraw cash to shop to their heart's content. For 2 days, the couple lives the high life, but their free ride doesn't last long.
Nichelle started to notice that she didn't have as much money in her account. She called the bank several times and was trying to figure out what was going on.
She suspects her lover might have something to do with her dwindling funds and mentions it to him. Antwon plays dumb and denies knowing anything about it.
Nichelle pretty much dropped it. She was over it.
It's possible that she believed him, but most likely she just didn't want the confrontation and was just hoping that it would just play itself out and have perhaps some sort of a good resolve.
Nichelle claims to believe him, and the two make plans to do their laundry together later that evening, until Nichelle unexpectedly calls off the date.
They were texting, and she texted him back and said, never mind, she changed her mind.
Antwon allegedly becomes unhinged.
He became alarmed when she decides to abruptly change her plans.
Antwon got paranoid and thought that Nichelle suspected him and that she would go to the police.
Not wanting to take any chances on serving more time, he decides to take matters into his own hands.
Instead of telling Tanisha that he thinks they're about to get caught, Antwon actually decides to act very quickly.
Knowing Tanisha and the kids are out of town, Antwon invites Nichelle over to Tanisha's place, since Nichelle lives with her mother. Then, he puts the next part of his plan in motion. He texts Nichelle and insists that they spend the night together.
All right, see you in a bit.
Antwon drove to Nichelle's house and waited outside for her and her son to come out. He then drove them to Tanisha's house.
Police theorize that once they arrive, Antwon leads an unsuspecting Nichelle down to the basement.
Nichelle was thinking she was there to wash clothes. As Nichelle began to unload her laundry bag, that's when Antwon made his move.
Nichelle McKnight, after stealing and using her credit cards.
So Antwon picked up Nichelle and her son and brings them over to Tanisha's house.
Her back was turned to him as she was unloading the laundry.
According to theories of the crime, this is when Antwon takes the opportunity to silence Nichelle for good.
He shot her twice in the back of the head, and she was dead instantly.
No one knows for certain what happened to Nichelle's young son, Zayden. Forensic reports suggest he met a similar fate in Tanisha's basement.
We're not sure what Antwon's involvement was in Zayden's disappearance or death, but if he did do something, then I think this really speaks more than anything to this pathological type of personality, because the bottom line is, it was an innocent child, and he didn't have to include this child in such a ghastly, horrific crime.
Antwon then goes to work, getting rid of the evidence.
He threw Nichelle's body into some trash bags, hauled it into the trunk of Tanisha's car, and then drove to the banks of a river and dumped her body under the guise of night when no one could see.
At that point, we don't know where Zayden was or what happened to him.
When the deed is done, Antwon reaches out to the one woman he knows will stand by his side.
He called Tanisha in a frenzy. He told her what happened, and he asked her to help him get rid of some of the evidence.
What? He had the nerve to commit a murder in her house, and then the audacity to call her and ask her to clean it up. She was willing to take whatever Antwon would give her. He gave her the feeling of a family unit. And with that came murder.
In many ways, he may have felt in his very warped mind that that was the least that she could do, because ultimately he was protecting her, at least in his own mind, throughout the whole series of events.
Tanisha is stunned, but she knows her man needs her.
Even though she wasn't a stranger to crime, Tanisha had never been involved in anything as serious as murder before.
She had a big choice to make. Was she willing to take that next step to be involved in this crime?
Ever the devoted girlfriend, she agrees to clean up her man's mess.
Some women in this kind of a situation may see this as being their future, their everything, and therefore now they only care about this particular family unit that they're part of, and to hell with everyone else.
Tanisha rushes home with the kids, and while they're distracted elsewhere, she does exactly what he says.
Tanisha started cleaning up the crime scene, and she did her best to make sure there was no DNA evidence or any evidence that Nichelle had been there that night.
After she finished cleaning, she gathered all of the dirty rags and any leftover evidence and threw them in trash bags. She and Anton actually got in the car, threw them in the trunk, and he disposed of them in various locations around the Dayton area.
Once they believe they're in the clear, Tanisha and Antoine go about their lives as if nothing happened. But across town, Nichelle's mother grows concerned over the sudden absence of her daughter and grandson.
4 days after Nichelle and Zayden were last seen, Nichelle's mom filed a missing persons report with Dayton police.
Police start their investigation into the mother and son's strange disappearance.
Detectives looked at Nichelle's cell phone records and noticed that the last person she talked to was Antoine.
Nichelle's mother doesn't recognize the name, so police reach out to Antoine directly by phone. He is polite and cooperative and agrees to their request for an interview. But on the scheduled day, he has other plans.
The police asked him to come in for questioning, but he never showed up. And so he became a major person of interest.
So much so, they are more eager than ever to locate him.
The police teamed up with a fugitive apprehension team, and they began tracking Antoine's moves.
One day during their surveillance, they saw Antoine actually leaving Tanisha's house. So as he was pulling out of the driveway, they began to follow him.
But Antoine soon realizes he's being tailed.
They tried to pull him over. Instead, he kept going, didn't stop, and then he jumped out of the car.
He flees on foot and refuses to be cornered.
He ran into a wooded area, and he pulled out
Aiden McKnight after leaving his girlfriend Tanisha Harris's place.
The officers tried to pull him over. He kept going, but then he pulled over, jumped out of the car, and ran through a wooded area.
It turned into a real big standoff.
Realizing there's no way out, Antoine makes one last fateful decision.
He grabbed his gun and took his own life.
26-year-old Antoine Anderson is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head.
He took the easy way out.
It's really difficult to explain why someone would commit suicide in a situation like this. Perhaps it's survival in a surreal level. Perhaps it's a level of desperation. Perhaps it's even cowardice. But this is something that we'll never have a clear answer to.
Tanisha is crushed by the news of Antoine's death.
When she found out Antoine took his own life, she was devastated. This was her love. This was the love of her life that she was willing to do anything for. And he no longer was with her.
All of the hopes and dreams she had about their future together were immediately dashed.
Surviving a loved one's suicide is difficult enough because you have the grieving process, you have no real answers as to why that person took their own lives. So the folks that are left behind are in shock, they're grieving, they're confused. But in this particular case, you're adding insult to injury in that he left her in a predicament, a criminal predicament, and she was now on her own. She had to work it out and figure it out by herself.
The only consolation is that authorities don't know about her involvement in the crime.
Police are still investigating what happened in Nichelle and Zayden McKnight's disappearance.
And it's only a matter of time before investigators connect the dots.
Police were able to see that her credit card had been stolen and used, and they were able to tie that back to Tanisha.
It's enough to arrest the single mom for some serious crimes.
Tanisha was charged in connection to Nichelle's credit card being stolen and being used.
Tanisha pleads no contest to 8 counts of theft. She's ordered to pay restitution back to the bank of almost $3,000, and she is sentenced to 10 months in prison. Tanisha's now where they can keep an eye on her, but investigators suspect she knows more.
With Antoine out of the picture, now Tanisha is the only suspect associated with Nichelle's disappearance.
She denies any involvement in the crime and is not charged. But with her recent plea, police have enough probable cause to search Tanisha's property, including the trunk of her car and basement. There, they find traces of blood consistent with the DNA profiles of both Nichelle and Zayden. And things go from bad to worse when Nichelle's body turns up several days later.
A passerby notices a body at the Stillwater River, and it is that of Nichelle McKnight. So this case quickly turns from a missing person incident to a homicide.
But neither she nor Antoine are officially charged with Nichelle's murder. Faced with the overwhelming evidence, Tanisha confesses to her role in helping clean up after the murder.
Her attorney claims that she was frightened of what could happen to her had she gone to the police and told.
Tanisha swears she has no idea what happened to little Zayden.
She's even offered to do a lie detector test.
To this day, Zayden's body has never been found. Neither Tanisha nor Antoine have been charged with a crime surrounding Zayden's disappearance. His case is still open.
There's a lot of unanswered questions still in this case, and things that we'll never know because Antoine isn't here to answer those questions. And the main question is, what happened to Zayden? Where is he? And that's what people want to know.
It's tough enough when a child is gone or missing or even killed. But when we don't know what happened to the child and that child is just thrown into the unknown, we don't have that closure, well, it makes it so much worse.
In connection with Nichelle's murder, Tanisha Harris is convicted of tampering with evidence, 2 counts of gross abuse to a corpse, and failure to report a crime. She is sentenced to 3 years in prison. Tanisha pinned her hopes and dreams for the future on a man who loved himself more than he loved her.
She protected him in a way. She helped to clean up the crime scene. She didn't report it to police.
Her biggest mistake was doing everything Antoine asked her to, from using somebody else's money to helping to commit a crime, to even sharing the relationship with another woman. There was nothing Tanisha was not.
DJ referred to him as his brother, even though they're not actually related.
They grew up together in West Hartford, went to Hall High School.
You find one, you find the other. I observed a tan Honda Accord parked, the doors open.
You could see blood where their victims were in the front seats when they were shot.
He never saw the shooter. He claims that he didn't know who shot them.
Alarm bells are going off in their head. This might be a retaliation.
There was one young man who really had this expectation of himself to do what was right and avenge the death of his good friend.
That's when everything went wrong.
It's just a few days before Christmas in the capital city of Hartford, Connecticut.
It's a historic city. It's a city that used to be the richest in the U.S. There is a lot of diversity here. It's rich with culture, the arts.
Hartford is a super diverse community. You have many Latinos, Puerto Ricans, South American, Central American. You have Bosnians. You have a large Albanian community. It's just African American, Asians, Laotians, you name it, we have it in Hartford.
Saturday, December 20th, 2014. Around 5:30 in the morning, a resident of the apartment building near Colt Park is startled by a loud noise.
She sees a man. He's clutching his arm. The person is bleeding profusely. He's obviously in a lot of pain. He gets inside that building and he collapses on the stairwell.
She let him use her cell phone to call 911.
She stays with the man until EMTs and officers with the Hartford Police Department arrive.
That's where he started getting medical treatment by EMS.
He is shot in the shoulder and through the elbow.
Did they know the shooter? He did not want to say who shot him. He did not want to say anything.
Responding officers learned the man's name.
Dedrick Jimenez. DJ is his nickname.
24-year-old DJ says he was shot not far from the apartment building.
He was in his brother's car when he was shot.
DJ reveals that his brother, 23-year-old Hiram Martinez, is still in the car, and he was also shot.
His brother's car is down the street. You can almost see where the vehicle was from where he was.
Investigators find a man slumped over the center console. They can see pretty quickly he's been shot at the back of the head.
Despite the wound, Hiram still has a pulse.
He is transported to the hospital. They're still working on him.
DJ Jimenez and Hiram Martinez weren't born brothers, but came to think of each other as such by way of an intense friendship that began when they were young.
They grew up together in West Hartford, went to Hall High School. People think, well, Hartford, West Hartford, same thing, but very, very different. West Hartford has a smaller town, yet urban feel to it.
DJ referred to him as his brother. He'd call Hiram his brother, even though they're not actually related. They were just close friends.
They had a fast friendship and an enduring one. They went through a lot of life together, from their boyhood to their teen years to their adult years.
As a teen, Hiram dreamed of becoming a race car mechanic. But that dream didn't pan out. When he was 20, Hiram and his girlfriend became parents to a baby girl. On December 20th, 2014, both Hiram and DJ are on their way to Hartford Hospital after suffering gunshot wounds during an early morning attack. As the men receive medical care, detectives arrive at the apartment building near the 100-acre Colt Park.
It's an area that's usually full of happy times and families and sporting events. But on this occasion, on this day, police tape is surrounding the scene.
I was asked to respond to the crime scene and assume the role as the lead investigator.
Along with Detective Richter, siblings Anthony and Mike Rakowski are also on the case.
My brother is my twin, so to be able to work with him on such, high responsibility cases it's really an amazing thing. He brings a certain view to the table, a little bit different than mine sometimes, and we bounce back and forth off each other, and it makes for a much more well-rounded investigation.
Detectives begin their investigation in the stairwell where DJ took refuge.
We're trying to get as much information as possible as quickly as we can. So just went over there, saw what was there was just a little blood and, you know, some EMS equipment that they used to treat him, and then just backtracked. So I just started walking from there back towards the vehicle.
They examined the car, where the second victim, Hiram, was found.
I observed the doors open, 2 doors open.
You could see blood. You could see kind of where the victims were in the front seats when they were shot.
Hiram Martinez had been seated in the front passenger seat, and DJ was the operator of the vehicle.
That leads investigators to an important conclusion about where the shots came from.
So Hiram shot in the back of the head, and then Dedrick is shot in the shoulder and through the elbow. And if you imagine a Honda Accord, you know, with a center console and the driver sitting in the driver position, that's consistent with being shot in the back seat. The shooter's in the back seat.
It appears likely to investigators that DJ and Hiram knew the person who shot them.
We didn't really find any shell casings outside the car. I think we maybe found a cigarette butt outside the car. We don't know if that was connected.
Investigators will have to wait for a warrant to conduct a detailed search of the vehicle. With the crime scene giving up few clues, detectives head to Hartford Hospital to speak with the victims.
They have to start figuring out why. What's the motive? Why did someone want to hurt or potentially kill both of these men? They go to the hospital. That's where DJ has had successful surgery on his shoulder and elbow. He's got permanent rods put in both.
Detectives learned that the man DJ called his brother is not so lucky.
Hiram Martinez, he died later at the hospital. We had a homicide.
Detectives speak with DJ, who is still claiming to know nothing about the attack.
We're trying to get as much information as possible, as quickly as we can. He gave us bits and pieces.
The initial information he provided was, I don't want to say misleading, but it was not complete.
He initially provides information that he never saw the shooter. He claims that he didn't know who shot them, that he was in a vehicle. He took off running.
Witnesses don't want to be witnesses. People are scared. They don't want to be the one that snitches.
No one wants to be, you know, considered a snitch.
Investigators share with DJ that his beloved brother and best friend, Hiram, has died.
When he finds out that Hiram Martinez, his childhood best friend, is dead, that's when everything changed.
He started giving information about who the person was.
Now that DJ's willing to talk, investigators are all ears. And it turns out DJ has a lot to say.
The individual who shot them goes by the street name Papone.
In Hartford, Connecticut, police are investigating an early morning double shooting just days before Christmas in 2014. 24-year-old DJ Jimenez survived wounds to the shoulder and arm. His best friend, 23-year-old Hiram Martinez, was not as fortunate.
He's been shot at the back of the head, and he is pronounced dead.
After learning of his best friend's death, DJ cooperates with detectives. He says he knows who fired the shots.
That was when DJ provided the information that an individual he knows as Papone was the person who shot him.
It was someone he met during a stint in prison. Both were on parole.
DJ tells detectives he and Hiram ran into Papone the night before.
DJ says that he was out, and that's when Hiram and Papone have time together themselves.
DJ tells detectives that when he came back, Papone's mood was starkly different.
His whole disposition changed. He wasn't talkative anymore. He knew something was wrong or something was off with this guy.
Everything seemed to be fine, but now something has changed drastically. He explains to investigators something wasn't right. He didn't know what at the time.
According to DJ, Hiram pulled him aside a few moments later. He claimed that Pepone became upset when Hiram started talking about another crime, one that took place about a week prior.
Hiram had actually somewhat bragged at the fact that he had killed Mariano Gonzalez on Bond Street to Pepone.
Investigators interviewing DJ immediately recognized the crime DJ is referring to.
When they're hearing DJ say this, now alarm bells are going off in their head. We might have a payback. This might be a retaliation.
My brother was assigned as the lead investigator in that case. I was called in to assist.
December 14th, 2014, we had patrol officers dispatched to the area. It was about almost 2 a.m. on the report of shots fired and then another call of a person shot. Officers went out to the scene. At that time, they located a victim with a gunshot wound to the head. He was pronounced deceased on scene.
The victim was 37-year-old Mariano Gonzalez.
This crime scene was fairly limited in size in the sense that it was contained to really the driveway and the street immediately in front of there. There wasn't too much for evidence at that scene other than the deceased himself. Once the initial photographs are done, and then we can kind of roll the deceased over to get a better look at him, we discovered that he had a cell phone in his pocket and he had ammunition, rifle caliber ammunition.
When investigators questioned onlookers at the scene, they learned that one woman witnessed the actual shooting.
She heard an argument outside. She heard some foul language, caused her to look out the window, and she sees the suspect shoot our victim one time. The victim falls. She sees him shoot a second time. After he shot a second time, the suspect goes through, by her account, goes through the victim's pockets. She believed he took a watch off of his wrist. As the suspect stood up, he then kicked the victim in the face and then ran away. She described him as thin, right? Very thin. He was shorter than the victim.
When detectives broke the news of Mariano's death to his family, they hoped they might also uncover a lead.
It's a huge priority for us to open up that line of communication with family and implore them to actually give us information.
But instead, Mariano's brother flew into a rage.
The brother was very aggressive, like very, very aggressive. I understand he's grieving, you know, people process that differently. So we kind of let him be. The brother shut the door on us, like, we're done, we're not talking to you. So we didn't really get anywhere as far as establishing a timeline there or any cooperation with family.
The major challenge initially was the victim's family's lack of cooperation.
They didn't want anything to do with it, I guess because of the fear of retaliation. And you find out a lot of people don't want to get involved.
Eventually, investigators did gain access to Mariano's cell phone.
We were able to take one of the last phone numbers that had made contact with the victim and link that to Hiram Martinez. The contact, if I recall, was about 30 minutes prior to the calls for the shots fired.
Hiram also matched the description of the shooter given by the woman who witnessed the crime.
And now we have eyewitnesses giving us a description of a person consistent with Hiram Martinez. It's really starting to point towards Hiram Martinez. We're still far away from calling him a suspect. He's just someone that we want to talk to.
But before detectives could question Hiram, he too was gunned down. Back at Hartford Hospital, Hiram's best friend, DJ, tells investigators that Hiram bragged about shooting Mariano to the man who eventually shot both him and Hiram.
According to DJ, Hiram told Pepone that he killed Mariano.
We immediately suspected that there was a connection to the original Bond Street case.
Police in Hartford, Connecticut are investigating the shooting death of 23-year-old Hiram Martinez. They believe his death could be related to a shooting that claimed the life of Mariano Gonzalez just 6 days before. A killing that Hiram was suspected of carrying out.
Although we suspected that, we don't fixate on that, because it's very easy to fixate on an avenue like that and then you overlook a second potential suspect. We've seen commonly that people have multiple adversaries and multiple avenues of people that want to harm them. So, although we believed it wholeheartedly, we had to remain open-minded.
So far, the only person investigators can count on for information is the sole surviving victim of the second shooting, DJ Jimenez. As DJ recovers in a local hospital, detectives continue to press him for details.
He told us bits and pieces through multiple interviews. We met with Mr. Jimenez several times, different detectives, myself, to try to piece together what occurred. This happened over a course of a few interviews.
Over time, DJ expands on what happened when Pepone's mood had changed that night at the club, after Hiram had bragged about shooting Mariano.
It's getting late, and clearly the fun is starting to feel like it's over. Pepone's not in a good mood.
They were leaving, and Pepone had asked them to give him a ride to his girlfriend's house.
They didn't want to give him a ride. Eventually, reluctantly, I guess they did give him a ride.
DJ explains he was driving with Pepone in the back and Hiram in the passenger seat. Pepone said he needed some cigarettes. They stopped at a convenience store.
Pepone wants Martinez to get the cigarettes. Martinez doesn't want to get the cigarettes. The bantering and the arguing is going on. Finally, DJ says, I'll get the cigarettes. He goes into the convenience store. He comes out with the cigarettes. Now, supposedly, they're on their way.
Then, Pepone requested another stop. This time so he could relieve himself. He tells DJ to pull over near Cold Park.
They pull up next to a grassy knoll on the outside of the park, and Pepone gets out. DJ tells investigators that he can see Pepone. And Pepone
In Great Britain, there are over
not so far
31
away,
million
but he's on his
licensed
cell phone.
cars on the road.
And he watches him on his cell phone.
And many more
probably
if he
doesn't
wants,
think too much
thanks
of
to
it,
an
waits for
attack
him
of
to
the
get back to the
clones.
car.
Reports of car cloning have quadrupled
Shortly
in recent
thereafter, he
years,
gets back in the
making it
vehicle,
one of the
and
fastest
that's when
growing crimes.
Jimenez hears a loud bang. Covers his ears, he realizes it's a gunshot.
Cloak
Gets out of the
plates
car,
put on
starts running.
vehicles to hide their identity so that the police can't identify who they are, driving around about their business without being recognised. That can go from anything from someone who's not insured.
For investigators, it raises concern that the cycle of retaliation might continue. That leaves them with a burning question. Who is Pepone?
Street names are street names. They can be used by anybody.
Detectives know they need to ID Pepone quickly before the bloodshed continues.
We don't want to see retaliatory violence. Anytime we have a crime of violence like this, we are very concerned about retaliation. A lot of times we see family members or close friends of victims, if they hear a name, whether it's true or not, they want to go retaliate.
Investigators aren't the only ones who are worried.
This was a crime 5 days before Christmas. The crime on Bond Street was just a week prior. This was something that really rocked the Hartford community. This was yet another homicide in a city reeling from way more than their fair share. This was something that people who lived in the area were stunned by. They were startled, they were shaken, they were scared.
Detectives hunker down, focused on finding Papone's true identity.
We will take those street names and we'll enter them into certain databases that we have, or we ask, DOC contacts, probation contacts, anybody who's familiar with somebody utilizing this street name.
We just had his nickname, and we were able to identify who he was through, our channels with the Department of Correction, because he uses that nickname, Papone, before.
We were able to take the street name information obtained from DJ. We were able to determine that Papone was, in fact, Tyrone Rosa.
To make sure they have the right guy, investigators show DJ a photo lineup.
We created a photo array. In that array, it contains our potential suspect as well as individuals who look similar.
It didn't take any time at all for DJ to say, that's him.
He did make a positive ID of Tyrone Rosa as being the person that was in the car.
In Hartford, Connecticut, detectives believe they're getting closer to finding the killer of Hiram Martinez, after Hiram's best friend, DJ, identifies Tyrone Rosa as the gunman.
After we identified Papone, or Tyrone Rosa, we just started doing a workup, a background on him to figure out where he lives, all this pertinent information.
Before they attempt to bring him in for questioning, detectives do some digging on Tyrone. They learn he was close with the murder victim, Mariano Gonzalez, and his brother, the man who'd flown into a rage in front of police upon learning of Mariano's death.
He knew Mariano, but the relationship that Papone had with his brother was far deeper than investigators first realized. They found out later, via social media, that this was someone that Papone cared deeply about. He said he loved him, he would die for him.
But investigators speculate that Hiram had no idea the man he was socializing with at the club was so close to a man he claimed to have killed.
Tyrone and Mariano Gonzalez's brother and Mariano Gonzalez were actually friends. We don't believe that Hiram knew that when he was bragging about that homicide.
Tyrone may have wanted to retaliate because Hiram Martinez admitted to killing the brother of one of his closest friends.
Investigators also learned that the 35-year-old Tyrone Rosa is no stranger to the law.
He was on parole, which is great for us because that gives us access for an interview. And that's what we did. We ended up having his parole officer bring him up to the Major Crimes Division for an interview.
17 days after Hiram and DJ were shot, Tyrone Rosa is brought in for questioning with detectives, grudgingly.
He didn't seem nervous, per se. He definitely seemed very closed off and reluctant to speak. He was keeping his cards close to his chest.
Detectives keep at it.
We started getting to the meat of it, asking him if he knew certain people, if he was at an after-hours club with them. He, seemed reluctant to speak, but then he started giving us some information, saying he was at an after-hours club with Mr. Martinez and Mr. Jimenez.
At this point, the story is starting to line up a little bit with DJ's, but this is where the story changes.
Tyrone claims he didn't leave the club with DJ and Hiram.
He said he never went with them in the vehicle, that he stayed at the after-hours club, and they left by themselves. When I knew he was lying, that's a good sign, actually, for me. I like when people lie in an interview. You know you're getting close.
As for the victim of the first shooting, Mariano Gonzalez, Tyrone says he had no reason to avenge that death.
He said that he doesn't really know the other victim, which was Mr. Gonzalez, and his brother, kind of downplayed. He said he knew of them, didn't really associate with them. He kept trying to downplay his association with the victim.
Investigators aren't buying it.
He didn't really want to admit that he was really close friends with him. We knew he was close friends with his brother. That's our belief for why this occurred.
Speculation isn't enough to bring murder charges. But investigators do find a way to keep Tyrone behind bars.
Because Mr. Rosa was on parole at the time, and he was a suspect in a homicide, his parole was violated, so he's remanded to custody.
Investigators keep close tabs on Tyrone. The day after his arrest, he makes a phone call from jail to Mariano's brother.
We already said he wasn't close to him, so why are you calling this guy if you don't really associate with him? So that, obviously, we knew he was lying.
That's not all. He asks Mariano's brother for a favor.
He also started telling this guy to destroy his phone, which is like, if you have no involvement, why are you telling someone to destroy their phones?
In late December 2014, police in Hartford, Connecticut are holding Tyrone Rosa in connection with the shooting death of 23-year-old Hiram Martinez. Detectives believe that Tyrone killed Hiram in retaliation for the death of his friend, Mariano Gonzalez.
He denied shooting Mr. Jimenez or Mr. Martinez. He said, I never went with them to the car.
But the day after Tyrone is taken into custody, he makes a jailhouse phone call to Mariano's brother, requesting that he tell a man named CL to destroy his phone. Investigators want to know why. They track down CL.
He was on probation for a gun arrest, so we interviewed him at his probation office.
CL admits he was with Tyrone that night.
He's friends with Tyrone Rosa, and he was with Mr. Rosa at the After Hours Club prior to the incident.
Eventually, Tyrone left the club.
He just went, didn't know where he went. Mr. Rosa didn't tell him.
Then, around 5:30 a.m., minutes after the shooting would have taken place, CL called Tyrone to ask him where he had gone. Tyrone didn't say, but asked CL to pick him up at a location near Colt Park.
He went and picked him up near the crime scene. I don't even think he knew what Mr. Rosa did, because I asked him all that, and he just picked him up and was doing him a favor.
CL's statement appears to contradict what Tyrone told detectives.
Mr. Rosa denied, obviously, being in that car, so if you weren't in that car, you're not being picked up by the crime scene. We found the guy who picked him up by the crime scene.
In order to charge Tyrone with murder, investigators need more. They need evidence. They hope the vehicle in which Hiram and DJ were shot might give them just that.
We obtain a search warrant to process that car. The crime scene division will process it, and they'll look for all different kinds of physical evidence: DNA, fingerprints, shell casings, firearms, anything that's in there that we ask them to look for. They found a fingerprint on the inside rear door handle, which it's actually pretty rare to get a usable fingerprint, but they did recover a fingerprint, and that print later did hit to Tyrone Rosa.
Now they know what he told them about not being anywhere near the crime scene, not still being in the car, was not true. They placed Tyrone at the scene of the murder.
Though it doesn't prove he pulled the trigger, the fingerprint is the final piece of evidence investigators need to bring Tyrone Rosa one important step closer to justice.
With that positive ID, with the physical evidence to support it, that was enough.
At this point, the lead investigator will take all this information and compile it into an arrest warrant, and that's exactly what he did.
On February 18th, 2015, nearly 2 months after Hiram Martinez and DJ Jimenez were shot, Tyrone Rosa is charged with murder, first-degree assault, and criminal gun possession.
Mr. Rosa was arrested for the murder of one gentleman, assault another gentleman.
He was already remanded to custody because he was on parole, so he's in jail already.
But will prosecutors be able to keep him there?
Throughout the court proceedings, he maintained his innocence. He said, "Someone killed him, but it wasn't me."
On February 2nd, 2015, in Hartford Superior Court, Tyrone Rosa goes on trial for the murder of Hiram Martinez and the assault of DJ Jimenez. In court, Tyrone is stoic.
He was very calm and didn't seem nervous or excited. He's kind of a low energy type of guy.
Prosecutors argue that Tyrone was out for revenge after Hiram told him that he killed Mariano Gonzalez.
The claim was that Mr. Rosa had killed this one gentleman for revenge for a friend of his that had been killed. My client gave a very different version. There was this unknown third person who my client says put a gun to his head and presumably committed the shooting.
There was one young man who really had this expectation of himself to do what was right or what was considered the admirable thing to do and avenge the death of his good friend, his friend's brother. There's no alternative other than to take the same lethal action that was used against the person that he loved.
DJ takes the stand as the state's star witness. He walks the jury through details of Mariano's murder, according to what Hiram told him.
Hiram met up with Mariano Gonzalez on Bond Street in Hartford. He was supposed to buy a gun. DJ says changed his mind. Now Hiram doesn't want to buy the gun. Mariano was basically set on selling this gun. You're buying this gun. And that's when everything went wrong.
Mariano Gonzalez had actually threatened Hiram Martinez's family.
Hiram has a 3-year-old child and a significant other that clearly he cared about very much. So when someone threatened to wipe out his family, this did not sit the right way. DJ says that's when Hiram told him that he killed Mariano Gonzalez in cold blood.
A week later at the club, when Tyrone Rosa learned that Hiram killed Mariano, Tyrone then set his sights on Hiram. On the stand, DJ recalls the chilling moment that claimed his best friend's life.
Tyrone got out to use the bathroom. They didn't think anything of that, and as he got back in the car, DJ claims he heard a loud bang, covered his ears, realized it was a shooting, got out and ran. At that point, he realized he had been shot as well.
As the defense gets underway, Tyrone Rosa takes the stand.
He admitted to lying to police, and the reason why he lied was because he was on parole and didn't want his parole remanded.
Tyrone admits he did drive around with DJ and Hiram that night.
The police found my client's fingerprints in the car. My client didn't dispute having been in the car. Everybody agreed that he had been in the car. The question was he the shooter?
But Tyrone insists he was not.
There was no forensic evidence that directly tied my client to the shooting. They didn't find the murder weapon, for example. They didn't find any DNA on anything that directly linked my client to the murder. So the lack of that sort of evidence made the trial a credibility contest.
Tyrone offers up what he claims is the truth about what happened that night.
My client testified that while he was urinating, somebody came up behind him, put a gun to his head, and told him, "Don't move. This isn't about you." And then he heard a couple gunshots. Went back to the car where the deceased and Mr. Jimenez were, saw that the deceased had been shot, and took off running.
He basically denied being the person to pull the trigger, and he said it was somebody else who he couldn't identify who was responsible for the murder. He didn't provide any information as far as description or who might have been the person who did this.
Once all the testimony was heard in court, it was up to the jurors to decide this case. It didn't take them long before they came back, and on February 14th, their verdict was guilty.
At sentencing, Tyrone shows no remorse and continues to claim innocence.
And to this day, he's still saying that he's innocent.
The judge sees things differently.
He spoke of the senseless cycle of violence, the tragic nature in which a domino effect happened with these crimes that led to a payback. And Tyrone Rosa was about to pay.
Mr. Rosa was sentenced to 55 years for the murder of Mr. Martinez, and he got an additional 15 years for shooting Mr. Jimenez.
For investigators, this was a relief. They had a conviction. Tyrone Papone Rosa. But remember, there were two crimes here. The payback was preceded by the murder of Mariano Gonzalez.
There was a witness that, in fact, saw the shooter go through the victim's pockets. DNA testing was done from the victim's pockets, and the recovered DNA evidence actually came back to Hiram Martinez.
Not only did we have the story now of Hiram Martinez telling DJ that he did commit the crime in the murder of Mariano Gonzalez, but DNA evidence confirmed it.
Closed cases cannot fill the holes left by loved ones who will never return.
Even if you do arrest somebody and they get convicted, I still don't think families ever get closure for something like that. It's just a hole ripped in their heart that just lasts forever.
I think people's motivation to avenge a wrong is to make themselves feel better or make someone else feel better. I think there's a deep down desire to correct it. And people think that, well, if I do this, I'm gonna feel better. You might in that instant, you might think you're doing
Thi làm sao? Anh đi à? Nó không có mình sẽ đâu. Hả? 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 Không có mình sẽ đâu. Tôi biết rồi. Anh đi thôi. Tôi qua đây. Chết em bỏ. Có ai ra thì mà